Hey, what's up, Scott Balcom here with Imagination Creation Films, and today, well, it's not Friday, it's Thursday, because we have another amazing live stream coming up here. This time, we've got it with Vincent Laforet, who's got years of experience from all sides of this amazing career choices that many of us have taken. He's definitely created a lot of a lot of viewing pleasures with his book Air that he came out with it was a few years ago now. But we have him on here. We're going to bring him in here in just a second. Just remember to subscribe. Also, as a quick note, any proceeds that we get, so if you super chat or any of the ad revenue is that big, any of that's going to go to Cameron Michael's medical fund. So if you are in a giving mood and you want to give, that's great. Please do. I would encourage you to use the GoFundMe. Because 100% of that dollars will go there. If it's through YouTube, Google will take a small cut. So without further ado, I wish to bring in Mr. Vincent Laforet. Hey, Vincent, how's it going?
Hey, everybody, how are you?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself. Say just a wee bit about yourself, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Listen, I have had a pretty cool career in terms of diversity. I started off doing weddings and bar mitzvahs at the age of 12 or 13, actually no, 14, 15. And I went on to cover Michael Jordan's and the Bulls last 4 or 5 seasons in Chicago when I went to Northwestern. And then I became a sports photographer and traveled the world really, covering Super Bowl, World Series, Pebble Beach, you name it. And eventually I landed at a position as a staff photographer at the New York Times, which I would say is pretty much the highlight of my career to date, because I got to see a lot of stuff. And hey, everyone joining, seeing all your names up here. And then from the New York Times, I went on to become a commercial photographer. And then Reverie happened with the Canon 5D Mark II, and I threw myself into video. And I've been doing that pretty much for a decade now, believe it or not. I'm doing mostly commercial work as a director, produce some stuff, and do a lot of stuff for the fruit company, we like to call them, the Apple. Variety of projects I'm happy to share. And I spent my morning actually going through my library of stuff, mostly for my photography work. So I think it's stuff that people are not as familiar with, to share with you, some behind the scenes stuff, and kind of let you guys drive it a little bit.
Perfect. That's awesome. And it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a crowd forming here. We got people starting to comment. Everybody feel free.
Schedule, so that's a big deal. Kurt just joined, and he and someone else invited me to be part of the Aperture photo committee with about 30 photographers to help design Aperture back in the day. And those were some pretty cool highlights I'd be happy to talk about at some point too.
Nice. If any of y'all have any questions during the whole thing, just put them in the comment section there on the live stream, and we'll get to them as soon as it's reasonable. We're trying to group them all together so that Vincent can kind of stay on target on what he's showing. But yeah, we'll have a good time here. So when did you? I mean, a lot of people. Well, it completely varies. When did you first start realizing or playing with visual art here?
I started pretty young. I had a lot of divorces in my youth, and I kind of navigated or was drawn towards the arts. So I played saxophone. I was in a choir. I did life drawing, painting, and a lot of different types of art. And I was just too impatient. I couldn't wait for the paint to dry, literally, all the way down from watercolor to oil painting to acrylic. And then one day when I was 15, I asked my dad, hey, Josh, hey, Dad, can I learn how to use your camera? It was more of a curiosity of just feeling a little bit silly that here was my dad, and I'll show you some of his work here. My dad was a set photographer. He worked for Premiere Magazine, and he would go on films such as Lethal Weapon here with Mel Gibson. That's the one time Mel Gibson has last been seen laughing with the police. I didn't think about that till now. And, Danny Glover, and on the set of Little Buddha with Bertolucci. And actually, my very first memories are not of hanging out with Terry Gilliam, but, of hanging out with a lot of top directors with my dad as a kid on movie sets. Here was on Jewel of the Nile, and with Mickey Rourke, who was a big PITA, and then Michael Douglas. And of course, I didn't get to go on all these movies with him, but I got to go on a few. And most of the movies I went to on were actually small French movies, which was a very different setting than what we experience in Hollywood and on commercial sets. And I actually really value these times because it taught me about family amidst the crew. When you would break for lunch with the director and the producers, the key grip and the producer and sound person would all sit together at a big table, and we'd have lunch every day. And here I was, this first memory I have of being a kid is having a Mercedes being shot up by machine guns on set, because it was very violent, and then crashing into another car and seeing what came up after that. Hey, Mateo. Oh, Keegan's here. Oh, boy. And so I went from that to asking my dad if I could borrow a camera. And the next thing you knew, I was hooked pretty much immediately. I try to look back for these images, but I couldn't find them. But basically what I did was I asked to borrow his Nikon F3 and a 50 millimeter and a brick of 20 rolls of Triax. I haven't stopped since. And that was, it was like instant love, and I haven't put a camera down since I was 15. So it's 30 years now.
Wow. So what was your, I think we briefly talked about, what was your first time that you got money, that it became a career?
Pretty quick. My father did everything he could for me not to become a photographer. So he tried to send me to a black and white darkroom for a summer to try to make me fall out of love with photography. And it actually deepened my love. These are some early chromes that I shot. Not really early on. I can't find the super early stuff. The earliest stuff I have to share is like some Michael Jordan stuff from college. But he sent me to color dark rooms, to C41 dark rooms, to E6 and Cibachrome dark rooms, because he just said, Vince, you're living the American dream. I'm French. My dad's French. And I'm a U.S. citizen, a dual citizen. But he's like, you're in America. Like, go become a lawyer or a doctor. Live the American dream. Do not follow in my footsteps in this horrible career. And he couldn't shake me from doing it. And I just kept pushing. And I remember very vividly, my father is one of the most easygoing guys you'll ever meet. And after about a few months of photographing one summer, I gave him a stack of 30 slides. And he put 10 slides on one corner and 20 slides on the other corner of his desk. And he slowly opened up his drawer, and he pulled out a pair of scissors, and he went right through the 20 slides with the pair of scissors, which, as you know, are originals. And he said, if these are not well exposed, if they're not sharp, I don't want to see them. And his way of kind of teaching me the craft of photography. Let's slide this camera over because I keep seeming to talk to someone else. But it was his way of teaching me the craft of photography. And besides the shock of having your dad destroy your slides and your work, I realized that he was trying to teach me a craft. And so what I was saying is, besides the shock, was the fact that that's not how my father is. He's not a hard ass. He's a very mellow, easygoing person, a very cool guy. And for him to do that was quite a shock. But what it did do is, if you look at these images I'm showing you, this was me as a teenager. These are all full frame, shot, wide open on 400-2.8s or 600 f4s on chrome, which had very critical exposure. And, this was a few years into my career, but you can see and to this day, it's very technical photography in terms of, perfectly sharp, perfectly exposed. In fact, I like to say I had PTSD for a good 10 years of my career, trying to never have motion blur or any blur whatsoever in my imagery. And lighting, exposure, color, balance was all extremely important. Back in the day before you had digital DSLRs, exposing something like this on chrome, you have to get the perfect exposure for the sky and the strobe, which you couldn't see with the naked eye. It was very, very technical. And getting your timing down like this to get a bat on a ball involved, you can't look at the back of the camera. You have to get the film processed. So you have to study your timing, with several days of delay. And it was a very different craft, I guess is what I'm saying back then. And I feel like he really prepared me for, what was about to come, and my real first exposure to the craft was, these are Huntington riots in Orange County where Keegan lives. Basically, I was slowly preparing to become a photojournalist by not only learning the technique behind it and how to use a camera and lenses, but also exposure, color, etc., by a lot of really good mentors over the years.
How long did you think it took you? Like you say, it is a much longer process to learn when you're having to wait for your exposures to come out and be developed. How long of a period of time did it take you to hone that craft? I mean, obviously, no one's ever perfect ever, but I mean, to get it to the point where you were confident you could make an image when you capture it.
Well, I think the technical side of it, really quick, relative. I would say a year, maybe two. I would say the craft of it, 20 years. I don't know that I would say I was a good photographer for a long time. I was successful and I sold imagery, and I, in many ways, I was the youngest photographer the New York Times ever hired, 25, for example. But I didn't know that until I left and they told me. And more importantly, I was never 100% confident in my photography till about 5 years or so after the New York Times. So we're talking a good decade or more into my career. And I still work on it to this day.
So you started at the New York Times when you were 25? Is that
25? Yeah.
And how long were you there?
7 years, maybe 8.
And don't you have a photo of you there at the New York Times?
Oh, you guys want to see
young Vincent?
Let's see if I can find that. So obviously I would do silly stuff like this, at the Olympics with some really fantastic photographers.
Wait, you're human? Wait a minute. Wait.
You're sitting there for days and hours. Here's one of my good friends, Nuccio de Nuzzo. I think the image this is one image you're referring to of me going to the Second Gulf War. We'll get to that a little later. The one I think you were referring to is, stand by, wait for it. I should tell everyone that I spent an inordinate amount of time this morning going through my archive. Here's my first days at the New York Times, my first little press ID, and here's the one Scott was talking about. So that's me on 9/11. I was sent overseas for 3 months and covered all the events that happened there. And, it was an interesting time. I was a sports photographer, as I've told you. So I went from shooting Michael Jordan to suddenly shooting stuff like this. And I had no idea what I was doing. I almost got killed because of this image, literally. There'd be protests every day, and people would throw rocks at you behind your head, and they would hit once in a while. And you'd walk around as a white male with New York Times stickers on your $22,000 digital cameras. And after a while, you'd be in these situations like this, but closer to 50,000 people surrounding you, and you'd be on stage with some pretty bad dudes. I can show you some images here.
Was it the event of 9/11 that transitioned you from sports to this? Was it just a happenstance, or were you starting to move towards?
I was at the New York Times, so the beauty of the New York Times is you shoot everything.
Gotcha.
And you find yourself on stage with this guy, and we're not acting here. This is not a portrait. This is real. I'm on stage with this dude and his two compadres here, with 100,000 people screaming, "Kill America, kill Bush." And I'm one of 3 Western photographers, and that'll wake you up a little bit. It's pretty surreal. This is the image that was used in the Pulitzer Prize for that year to represent. I was part of a group of 3 or 4 photographers that was awarded the Pulitzer for our work after 9/11. And I went into this again pretty naive in terms of being a war photographer. somewhat well-versed because I grew up in France and the US, so I knew about different cultures. I knew about the complexity. I definitely knew about geopolitics, having gone Northwestern, studied political science and history. So I was aware in that realm, but the best thing that I did is I actually went around with a photographer named Patrick Aventurier, who was a phenomenal photographer from Gamma, the French press agency. I had seen his images when I was a kid of all the weapons laid out in China. And it was a big, reportage, if you will, is what we used to call it. And then I saw him in Pakistan. And here he was as a freelancer with no resources, but a tremendous amount of experience covering conflicts. And I was here with the New York Times with lots of resources, money, sat phones, etc., but no experience. So we weren't competitive. I was shooting for the Times. He was shooting for magazines. So it was a perfect symbiotic relationship. The issue was we found ourselves in this situation. These were the first deaths of 9/11, almost outside of the U.S. and New York, obviously. And what they had done is people started protesting the war, the potential war, and they executed them. And that's a 12-year-old body. I think it's Al Frame. I forget if it's here. And these are two adults. And they had one gunshot wound to the back of the head. So it was pretty clear they'd been executed. And we found out where that had happened. And we asked the people there. The smartest thing we did is we told our colleagues where we were going. We went to this town 2 or 3 hour drive later. And when we got there, we were immediately confronted by the chief of police. And he, without missing a beat, slapped me backhanded broadside across the face, and my glasses flew off. And at this point, I'd been there for a month. And, you get pushed and beat up by a lot of people. And as a journalist, you restrain yourself because you're not there to become the news. And you're not there to get involved or any of that. But this time, it just hit me the wrong way. And I got swelled up with anger. And I picked him up in the air like a doll, and I just threw him back. Not the best thing to do, but my glasses, losing a pair of glasses over there is a big deal. You can't exactly go to lens crafters in Islamabad or Quetta, Pakistan, which is a few hours from the border of Kandahar. And as soon as I'd done that, he didn't fall. I don't really remember, because the next thing I remember, I had a few guys with AK-47s running at me towards my head, and another guy tried to use the butt of his gun against the back of the head of Patrick Aventurier. And what do? You grab the AK-47 so it doesn't crack the skull of your friend. And the next thing you know, you're in a cartoon where you're now struggling with another guy for a loaded AK-47 and going, how in the world did I get here? This is how you die. Because we're in the middle of the desert out there. There's nobody. If they want to bury you, they literally can. This is the kind of area you're in, and these are, these are guys doing opium underneath. But you're in the middle of nowhere. This is a good representation of where you are. This is the second time I almost got killed. But, fighting with cops like this, and luckily, remember I told you we told our friends where we were? Right. And someone says, guys, don't forget to take note your questions while this song is kind of okay, gotcha. Our colleagues showed up and literally started flashing their cameras with strobes on it to diffuse the situation.
Right.
And then the second time, I almost, this is the closest I've ever come to dying in a conflict anyways. We were photographing this camp, and this red bearded guy hated me for whatever reason, and he kept following me. And there's a number one rule in being in a car convoy is never be the first or the last car. You don't want to hit the mine, and you don't want to be left behind. We were the last car, and this guy, like in the movies, pulled up in a Toyota pickup truck with a 50 caliber machine gun on the back and pointed right at us. And we're like, shit. And we got to the border, and they closed the gates. We were surrounded by 30 cops, the AK-47 military guys. And that is the loneliest I've ever felt, because I remember pulling out my cell phone and realizing there's no signal here.
Right.
And even if there were a signal, I had George W. Bush's direct phone line. He's not sending a special ops. And then and there it hit me that we were very, very lonely, because the other cars just kept going. And we were very lucky to have this reporter from the Chicago Tribune who spoke Pashto and spoke to the guys and convinced them that our D2000's digital cameras had already transmitted the images back. And she said to them, you're already in trouble. The images are already back up. They transmit via satellite phone right away. And this one guy's in big trouble, pointing to the sergeant. All you other guys better let us go so you don't all get in trouble. And they were so discombobulated by being spoken to by a woman, let alone disrespectfully like that, and more importantly, in their language, that they bought it and they let us go. But you go through experiences like that, and I love photography and I love journalism and I believe in journalism very deeply. But when bullets fly, I hit the ground and I stay down, because they don't care what your ideology is. They don't care what your thoughts are. At the end of the day, when you get into a pickle, you're self-reliant, and no one's going to come and help you. And you don't want anyone to come help you, because that's when you're in really, really, really bad shit.
How did that change you from that point? Did it?
It changed. All this stuff changes me, helped form me, and made me into a more passionate journalist. I ended up going through 10 days worth of training after that. Of course, the New York Times sent us to training with former SAS guys in London for 10 days. And they taught us everything about, how to put your entrails back in by yourself, how to, treat compound bone breaks and internal bleeding, the best practices, first aid, how to hide behind engine blocks or car, wheel tires of riot situations and all the thing. And, I took it all in stride until we got to the chemical warfare training. And there's a little anecdote before that, which is, I'll show you a picture where we're headed with this. Stand by.
Again, if you have any questions for Vincent,
you feel free to ask any questions. I have so many images here to go for. I didn't have time to organize them.
Oh yeah, no.
Here you go.
Fine.
They what they would do is they would put us in the car and they flew a flashbang in the car, and they would put hoods on us. And here's a quiz to all you guys. If you are kidnapped with someone with a hood on it, what do you do versus someone who doesn't have a hood? You guys can go ahead and chime in on your guesses. This is the type of stuff they would teach us, and I'm looking at your.
Drop your guesses down below. I'll pop them up here.
Here's the key: if you get kidnapped with guys with guns or whatever they have, and they have hoods on, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Think about it for a sec. Anyone?
It takes about 30 seconds for the stuff to come through.
So 30 seconds? Wow. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'll tell a story while I wait for the 30 seconds, which is they would throw flashbangs in the back of the car. They would put hoods on us. They would kidnap us. And these are all just journalists. And they would start mock executing people. And they would actually fire blanks at people, and the bodies would drop. Other journalists that you're training with in the cold, wet sod in the UK. And I didn't give a crap. I got to be honest. Like, okay, let's go through the motions. Because I had already been through conflicts, right? And at one point, this guy kicks me. It's a former SA guy, and he must have seen through my mask that I wasn't taking it seriously. He kicked me pretty hard in the back, which never feels good near the kidneys. And I fell face first into the wet grass. I'll never forget that. And I was still like, okay, are we done? And then I just got married, and he puts his big wet boot on my hand. They teach you never to take anything personal with you into a conflict zone. So no necklaces, no jewelry. And he starts to rip my wedding ring off of my finger. And that is when it hit. And Uphill Camera got it. If they have a mask on, that's a good thing, because it means they may keep you alive, because they're bothering to hide their identity. That's a good thing. If they have no mask, the advice from the SAS guys is to run, basically get the hell out of there, make a go for it. So, you get exposed to stuff like that, and you realize that there's a guy blowing leaves near my house. Sorry if you can hear that. But,
welcome to live streams.
It changes your perspective on the world. Is a short answer, Scott, when you go through experiences like that, because you see the best and the worst of humanity. I end up going through the mop suit training here for the Second Gulf War, and you have, first of all, gas is colorless for the most part, no odor most of the time. And you'd have these little pieces of paper you put on your vehicle, and it would turn color. And hopefully you would get that, and then you'd have to get changed in less than 5 minutes into a full mop suit. And I would watch journalists do this, and 15 minutes later, they were still playing with gaffer tape or duct tape. And it was a freaking zoo. And I said, I'm not doing this. So they offered me the chance to either go with the Marines, the first Cav, that Ivan, I believe you were a Marine, or to go to the USS Abraham Lincoln on an aircraft carrier. So guess what I picked for my second conflict? Of course, I picked the aircraft carrier, and I got to live out my Top Gun dreams, living on a carrier for a full month, which was a very, very long time. Here we were on the deck with the pilots. I'll try to show you a smattering of images. This is where the journalists were, in the PAO's office, doing our laundry. When they first started with us, they were with us 24/7. They would literally walk us to the restroom and escort us everywhere. And that was highly unique. After about a week, they said, all right, well, we can't stay with you full time. It's just, we have work to do. And they literally said, don't go anywhere near, and it says top secret, don't go near the bombs, don't go near the nuclear reactor, and don't fall off the edge of the ship. Okay? And that was the instructions. And I got to live through a very weird existence about what it's like to be on a war. And I can tell you the single safest place on earth to be during a conflict is an aircraft carrier, because they're defended by submarines, aircraft, helicopters, and you're safe. And you're with these crew members, and what's interesting about how they're trained is they're trained not to act any differently during conflict than in training. The only difference you see in rhythm and in what's happening is that the planes are coming back with fewer bombs. That's how you know there's actually a war going on. And you have some moments of levity. Not many. These people work tremendously hard every day, ruling schedules, 6,500 men and women on these carriers. And for me, it was just a visual feast. I, like so many of you, have watched Top Gun several hundred times. And here I was, inches from the F-18s and the 14s taking off, hanging out with the pilots in briefings, on the very edge of the ship. There's one of me doing something stupid I'm looking for. But it was very intimate. Here I was. It's my first view of the from a COD when we landed. Here I was with the other journalist, and I swear to God, the Navy pilot flew as aggressively as he could on the landing, like 70-degree turns to make us all puke on purpose. I loved it. This wasn't during that. And there were Navy people with us who got off and said, dudes, they never fly this crazy. They must not like you. And it was pretty hilarious, But you were really in there. Here's some images. After a little while, I was on the deck when they actually launched the assault for the second Gulf War. And it gets very intimate, right? I mean, you're hanging out with these people right in there. And you're obviously taking photographs of the jets, but also of everyday life on the carrier. The boring time, the downtime. We would see the jets take off, and we'd see on Fox News 45 minutes to an hour later the bombs going off in Baghdad. And most of the young sailors didn't give a crap. They were just busy doing their everyday life and, having sometimes some fun and sometimes very serious. It's, called the dangerous quarter mile on the face of the earth for a reason. It is a very slick surface. A few of us almost slipped off the deck a few times just from the grease on there. But it's a real deal, This was the real thing. And pretty fascinating time to be around, I got to say.
Where were these photographs? These photographs, did they just go to the New York Times, or were they sent out on the wire service?
So I was lucky enough to work for the New York Times during this and be on staff. And these would go out to the paper every day. And you're looking for different images. And yes, I have an NBC training, which is not NBC News, but it's the mock training is horrific. And luckily they didn't have us do the gas part where we have to be in a box with it. But, you learn to appreciate a lot of things when you're stuck on a ship for a month. And I think all too often the military gets a very big bum rap because of what we have to do and what they have to do, versus realizing the sacrifice these young men and women and career people make. They sacrifice everything. I mean, these pilots, here I am, with a pilot getting ready to go on a sortie. They sacrifice everything for this. And every time these guys take off and land, they take their life into their own hands. So it was a big honor to be there. Here we were watching the very first night. And it was interesting to watch from behind the scenes, because these people, this is their career. So if you think about it, if there's something wrong mechanically with their aircraft, or air traffic pushes them off, their whole career takes a different turn, right? Because they want to talk about bombing Baghdad or whatever their target is. And the leader, this guy here, never made it back that night. Not him, this guy, the redhead. And he would gone through, this was his last tour. And he never made it because they had traffic jams for the DC-10s for refueling in the air. There were so many planes and so few DC-10s that they didn't get enough fuel, and he had to land in Qatar, or gutter, as they say. So it was very fascinating to watch. And you would wake up when you would see them like loading their service 6 hours here with real rounds for the real sorties, right? It was like suddenly it was real. It wasn't just an exercise anymore. So, yeah.
That is totally. Was there anything? So, did you go in on the aircraft carrier? Did you go in with like a preconceived notion of what you thought it was going to be like, and it drastically changed? What was something that just totally changed you, or changed your opinion? What?
Honestly, at that point, the number one lesson you'll learn, not necessarily quickly, but relatively soon as a photojournalist, is never judge people. You become very good at predicting people as a photojournalist, because you study human beings for a living, predicting what's going to happen. You become very good at identifying archetypes of personalities, and often you're right about certain generalities. But you also become very good at never, ever judging someone by their appearance or giving them a chance, because I have literally been at the White House Rose Garden at 8 o'clock in the morning in front of President Bill Clinton, waving and saying hello, not really to me, and that afternoon photographing a homeless person. So you go through a wide schism as a photojournalist. And I don't know, I may have been perhaps a little bit more judgmental about the military going into this, mostly personal. I wanted to be a jet pilot when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. That was it. I was going to be an F-16, F-18 pilot, whatever it was. And there was no other question. I owned every book. And then I realized that what you're effectively training is to, have to drop bombs eventually on people. And that was where I shifted towards photography. So you have that judgment, but then when you get a little bit more mature, you realize that not everyone's nice in this world, and there's a reason we have military and covert operations and CIA officers, etc. It's that if we don't do something, other people are constantly trying to hurt us, unfortunately, in the reality of the world. So you're a little more mature in understanding that this is a necessary evil. Maybe it's not that evil after all. I mean, there's no one here who wouldn't say we'd rather not have war. But a lot of the soldiers I met and aviators on that carrier were no more trigger happy than you or I, but they understood the duty towards the country and protecting their families and our rights. And that's probably what I came out of this with.
Very nice. So from there, where did you go? So you left the aircraft carrier. You were there for 30 days? Oh, yeah.
This is what we do when we're bored.
Oh, you immediately start playing with it.
And they did let me fire 50 caliber off of a Seahawk, which is pretty awesome. So, anyways.
So you were on the aircraft carrier for what, about 30 days, you said?
30 days, yeah. 30 very long days. I was my bunk was in the Lincoln bedroom, which is the VIP bedroom. Mm-hmm. And I was right underneath catapult 2 with about 3 feet of clearance. So every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, the catapult would go off. I kid you not, I would hit my head against the metal bunk every morning at 5 a.m. on the dot. I knew when the operation started. Pretty amazing. Was it
excessively loud, or was it
my God, it feels like a bomb went off in your room. It's a very I wouldn't recommend waking up that way. Put you that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like you need to set your alarm for 15 minutes earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you went from aircraft carrier to what? What was next in
Back
Vincent's?
to, I mean, that was the beauty of the New York Times, back to everyday drudgery, quote unquote, of being a photojournalist, which wasn't always drudgery. This is what my life was for years. So this is January 12th, 2020, 1/12/20. That's a weird date. Well, this was 2001. There you go.
There you go.
So January 12th, 2001. Who knew that was going to be the year, right?
Right.
And the assignment was very simple. It says work with crews atop the Empire State Building, anywhere with a view of the top of the Empire State Building. And it said, please shoot pictures that shows the top of the Empire State Building without the light on top. Probably makes sense to shoot this looking south at dusk, because obviously not nighttime, but not too dark to not see anything. Duh. Please stop your journey before shooting this. You'll shoot this from the same location of the ball after the bulb is changed on Saturday night. So the assignment literally called for a before and after image, right? And that's one of the biggest lessons you learn as a journalist, photojournalist, whatever you want to call yourself, is to ask, can I go there? Meaning, instead of photographing this before and after from another roof, can I actually find a way to make it up to the top of the Empire State Building? And the answer is yes. And, this is what I photographed. That is 1,475 feet above the city. And this was young, stupid Vincent. I'm still stupid today, but this is really stupid because I wasn't wearing any harness. And this was literally, I'll show you how I got there. Give me a second to find this stuff. But, this was 2001. So what, I'm 26. Is that about right? I'm more than 75.
Yeah.
That's right. And there's 14 million watts of frequency coming off the antenna of the Empire State Building. So they tell you not to stand up too long, or you'll fry your cojones.
Well,
and they're not kidding. My pager is going off nonstop. And it's like having a Geiger counter on you. It's pretty intimidating. And then the problem is I'm getting there, hopefully, and finding images of how this worked. You're climbing up an antenna-like structure to get there. Where are these images? Stand by. Oh, here we are. I just had them. Stand by. Here we go. Like this. And at one point, again, they have harnesses, I don't. It gets narrower and narrower. This is the point where I got stuck because my camera strap got stuck on the ladder. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you the entire thing was rocking the entire time from the wind. And I'm stuck here, and you really want to scream out loud, but the only noise you're hearing up there are the ambulances from below. And you realize no one's going to hear you, and you're on your own. Like I talked about being in conflict. You can't rely on other people, and I don't want to look like an idiot for these guys. So I pulled the strap up above my ear, almost lost my glasses, and it felt like I was ripping my ear off. I'm sure you've all been through this as shooters. And I made it up to this 3-foot wide crow's nest. Now, what you can't see here is about a 1.5-foot gap on the inside. And there's nowhere to hook into, but I'm not hooking into anything. Anyways, I have no harness, as you can see. So at one point, you kind of have to take a leap of faith and lie on your stomach and put the camera over the corner or the edge. Do you see that camera strap on the red's camera strap in the back? Well, that started to flutter in front of my face. And as I was making this image, and that was a big oh shit moment, because I realized I literally went for like Superman, like, you're holding me, who's holding you? There was nobody. And I'm taking this image, my pager's going off nonstop. This red camera strap is in front of my camera, so I realized if I drop the camera, I will kill somebody, right? The small square you see back down there is the 110th floor of the observatory. Okay, so I'm number 14, and so that's a very long-winded answer to what do I do every day, And that wasn't every day. I did a lot of different stuff, from covering the Super Bowl. This was a game-winning touchdown of one of the Super Bowls. Was that 51, I think, with a fisheye lens, and I would photograph Donald Trump back in the day. Here he is firing me over and over again. We flew over in his helicopter to his golf course in New Jersey, which is now infamous. And he was the most cordial, nice, good guy. treated me like I was the world's gift of photography. I kid you not, he acted like my agent when we got on the ground. He'd walk up to random golfers and say, "This is the best photographer in the world. You got to have your picture taken by him." Truth is, he didn't know my name. Maybe someone told him I won a Pulitzer, or God knows, but he didn't know me from Adam. The point is, I was with him, therefore I was the best. Does that make sense?
Well, it does.
And then I bring him to here and I say, "Mr. Trump, would you mind firing me?" He's like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, the "you're fired" thing. And had a big smile on his face. I swear to God, for 3 minutes straight, "You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired." And I got this with him, and I'm proud of this image because we had no lights right in the helicopter. This is all natural light, shot in 85 1.2 at 1.2 to make that pop like that. So
Wow.
I had to learn a lot of tricks of the trade to work with minimal equipment. I didn't usually have stuff like this at all. This was later on, but this was a photograph of my internships at the Miami Herald. Really a wide variety of things. This was probably my most proud image while I was at New York Times. So I like to use the term, I fell into aerial photography. I think it's funny. But I started in aerial photography through the New York Times because of my background in sports. So in sports, you'd have to capture moments like this. On the first go, never happens again, and you're often using very, very long glass. Guess what? That mirrors exactly what you have to do as an aerial photographer. So you only have one chance at it. They would send me up with like 7 sections of the newspaper, real estate, metro, sports, to photograph every Yankee stadium for every section to justify the cost of flying. Mm-hmm. And I would always shave off 15 minutes or 5 minutes at the end of the flight and try to find an image. And that's what this was. We were flying over Central Park, and from the air, you can appreciate the shadows as opposed to the people. And they call this "me and my shadow," or "me and my human," on the front page of the Times. And I've always loved, has a family of 3 on the top left and on the bottom right holding hands with the skater pirouetting in the center. And that's the beauty for me of photography is, all of this stuff to date that I've shown you is photographed in camera. This was the flag being raised from half mast back to full mast after 9/11. And obviously climbing up there was pretty awesome. Images like this of a lone cab making its way up the streets in New York. Wow. And that was the beauty of the New York Times for me is being able to find these unique images. Yeah, Jim, that was me. And by the way, Levy, I'm pretty sure it's Levi Whitney. Nice to hear from you. But, and thank you. That was what I got to do. And I feel I really miss it today. I really miss being a photojournalist. I really miss those days. But, I have moved on, so to speak.
There's a question. Well, what camera do you currently use, and what are your thoughts on the new innovation of the 1DX3? That's a wild out of the park there, but it's a question. We'll just throw a question out.
The current cameras I use are the Leica monochrome, which I have right here with me at all times. I am not endorsed by Leica. I'm not endorsed by anyone. I'm happy no longer to do that stuff. And this is what I use. It's one camera and one lens, and it's black and white. And I love the quality of this imagery, big time. I have used the Phase IQ4 for commercial work and the Fuji GFX 100. And on video, it's pretty simple. It's 99% Monstro on the red. I own a Gemini. I don't own Gemini anymore, actually. I didn't use it as much because I went in favor of the Monstro. And I have a Helium. I have an Ursa Mini, the new one, I don't know how to call it because I don't use it that much.
The pocket one?
The bigger one.
Oh, the Ursa Mini Pro 4.6?
Pro 4 G2.
G2, it's the latest.
But, I've been a red guy for a while, and there's a reason for that beyond the camera. So those are my cameras. I'm very excited about this new Hasselblad camera too.
So New York Times, when do you there you go, nice like that. When do you stop working for the New York Times? Where do you go from there?
Well, towards the end of my New York Times career, I did a lot of fun stuff like covering the Olympics for them. This was a blast of a story because we found the Great Wall, and no one knew that there was going to be fireworks that night. It was the opening ceremonies night. And we're all lined up for this shot, and you can see barely the Great Wall on the edge there. Some genius out there. First of all, you gotta understand, we've been there for 7 hours. No one's confirming there's going to be any fireworks or when. So it's turning into a total zoo. But just before the fireworks, they turned off the lights on all of the Great Wall, so you couldn't see it. Because some genius said you would be able to better see the fireworks. So that was a dud of an image. But, towards the end of my career, I got to photograph the Beijing Olympics and Phelps's boxers are brief. Pappy, I don't know what you're asking. Olympics, and this is kind of a zoo. You can tell by the trunk. There's a green trench, right? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Ivan's mentioning that nothing's retouched in the photojournal, and that's part of the challenge. And honestly, I'll get to it later, I guess, why I fell out of photography, especially commercial photography, because it just became a Photoshop job. Every image that I shot was going to be retouched by someone to something else anyways. And I grew up like, you have one chance at these images. You spend an hour trying to get this one image at a slow shutter speed on a 300-2.8. And that's the full frame, right? Or a moment like this. And you're not moving the ball or doing anything. The unfortunate part is this was a video chat back then with my son from Beijing, so you have sacrifices there. So you're here while this is happening, right?
Right.
And you get to spend, I would show up at 5 a.m. for a 10 p.m. race to line up on the 100-meter final. Think about that. Show up at 5 a.m. to be the first person to mount all of your remotes where you want them. Let me show you what that looks like. If I can find this image. This is what the finish line looks like on a 100-meter final. All right, so I'm showing up with Bill Frakes, who's back here, over there. He was pissed off because I had shown up 5 minutes before him. He was number 2. And the idea is I had a lot of pressure that was self-imposed on myself because I represented the New York Times. And what that meant was that every wire photographer there was trying to beat me off of their front page. Right. So you show up very early because you have to work harder than everyone else. And I learned that from the Sports Illustrated photographers like John Beaver and all of them, whether it was Walter Yost, John Beaver, I'm blanking on all of their names. John McDonough, it'll come back to me. But the point is, someone like John Beaver, who was in his 50s or 60s when I was a young photographer, you would think that he would rest on his laurels and show up when he felt like it. The truth is, he would still show up before everybody. 30 or 40 years into his career, his father was the Packers photographer, and he outworked everybody. And that was a lesson I learned early on. And if anything, getting there at 5 a.m. and waiting in 100-degree weather and 60% humidity or 80 for a 10 p.m. race that lasts less than 10 seconds is insanity. But that was the job. And you learn to rely on talent, but you really learn to rely on hard work 10 times more. And I like to joke that when I shoot now, first of all, like any director or producer, I spend 99% of my time on phone calls these days and 1% shooting. So when I do shoot, I work like an animal. And a lot of the young assistants I have literally cannot keep up. They are exhausted halfway through my day. And I have so much energy because I'm fine on a goddamn phone. I learned that from the Sports Illustrated folks. A lot of people at All Sport, which is now Getty Images.
So what year is this?
This is 2008. And this was a series of motion blur stuff and tilt shift. And then 300-2.8 looking down on the divers, which is a very, very interesting series. And, you're praying for moments like this where the guy squeegees some water on his head before he takes off and the light to be right. That was, I got to say, I really, really, really feel fortunate to have been part of that career. This was the blackout in New York.
I remember that.
I had to convince the Times to send me up in a helicopter, and I literally said, there had been one image, I believe in the 60s, where there was a silhouetted blacked out New York skyline. And I said to them, imagine getting an image of the New York skyline with all lights off. How often do you get that chance? Because you got to understand, even at the New York Times, even with winning lots of awards or whatnot, you still have to beg. You still have to beg. I beg to this day. I started begging when I was 16. I haven't stopped since. And I begged to have them put me in a helicopter. And I got this one image. What you see there are the headlights and brake lights on
cars,
across the city. So you asked what camera, Bruce? What camera does I use? And I still use the Canon 5D series. I use the Phase IQ4, the GFX, the Red cameras, the Leicas. I consider them all, and this is a very, very hackneyed thing to say, they're all different brushes. They're all different tools. But you cannot photograph your kids with an IQ4. It's just too slow. You won't take it with you. 99% of my photography is with the iPhone, to be honest. I love the Leica for when I do have my camera with me. Phil Holland asks, how do you think your background in photojournalism has impacted your approach to motion picture filming? I don't know, because I think it'll serve me. I haven't done documentary as a motion shooter for a good reason. I spent a lot of my life away from my kids as a photojournalist, and the last thing I want to do is work on a documentary crew in any capacity, to be honest. And it's probably the number one reason I also haven't worked on episodic or film yet, because I have a 4-month-old daughter and 2 of my kids and 2 of my fiance's kids, and I really enjoy my time with them. And I think when they're all older, I can see myself doing films, because I've studied with David Nutter and other people on sets and done the shadowing thing on like Southland and a bunch of other episodics like Shameless, and done for the entire process with them. For those of you who don't know, David Nutter is a fantastic director. He's the equivalent of Spielberg for TV. And I learned so much from him, but I also saw his schedule, and the general schedule on TV for a director is 5 or 6 a.m. to 1 or 2 a.m. every day for 2 weeks, and then on and on and on. So anyways, the short answer, Phil, is that I know it's affected me as a human being and the way I approach, and more importantly, how I try to make every image, whether it's still or moving, tell a story. I never just point a camera for technical sake or for the sake of shooting something. I'm always trying to share some emotion, feeling, or idea with anything that I shoot because of my background. That's probably what separates me from some people. Because at the end of the day, I'm sacrificing my old office in New York with my son with a box over his head trying to get my attention. Because listen, my son was 5. He's a genius. He figured out how to put my phone on mute. So for an entire week, I missed every single phone call. You pick up your iPhone and it's all missed calls and texts. I couldn't figure out what was going on. And Noah's 5. And I go, Noah, did you touch Daddy's phone? He said, yeah, Daddy, no work. He figured out how to put on mute at 5 years old, how to steal my code off my phone and go into settings and put notifications off. That tells you everything you need to know, right?
Yep. You're beating me to my punches here on my questions. So 2008 is around that time. Isn't that where you started dabbling in video?
Well, it wasn't a dabble. I mean, I'll just jump right to it. Reverie happened. And I'm not going to go into the story too much because I'm so sick and tired of telling it. But the long and short story is I was going to have lunch with a guy named David Spare. He blew me off completely. And he asked me a week later, I asked him, can I see you? He was like, sure. And what I haven't told people is I was an Explorer of Light with Canon. Here's an exclusive. And I was going to no longer be an Explorer of Light. I was going to tell him I was leaving the Canon group because there were so many problems with autofocus at the Olympics in Beijing. And Canon had not gotten in front of it for about a year and a half. And I told, because of my journalism background, I did not feel comfortable endorsing a camera or camera brand that had a known problem. In fact, it was on this series here. I had a 1DX Mark II, I believe, with a 300-2.8, and Jamie Squire of Getty had the exact same camera, exact same lens, exact same settings. All of my images were tack sharp. All of his were out of focus. All right, so it was a real issue.
Wow. And
I was going to Canada to tell him goodbye. And luckily, he blew me off. And I went a week later. He said, you want to come in on Thursday or Friday? I said, how about Friday? And literally, as I walked in the office, these 2 white boxes walked in front of me. And I knew what they were. They were prototypes. So like a little puppy dog, I followed them. The guy was really pissed that I was following and made me sign an NDA. And they popped out the 5D Mark II. And that changed my life on many, many levels, right? It wasn't like this at the time. I put a 2470 on it, and boom, I knew from looking on the LCD that everything's going to change. It wasn't like a light bulb went off; it exploded, and I had to argue or beg for 3.5 hours to borrow the camera because I wasn't one of the photographers chosen. And they said no, maybe 100 times. And the 101st time, the guy finally relented and said, all right, one of these photographers doesn't need it. I can get back. So borrow it over the weekend, FedEx it to him on Monday, and do us a favor and write us an email about what you think. And what I did instead is with Mike Eisler and Evan Parker and Ben Solomon and Yoni Brooks and friends of mine, we went out and we shot the worst cologne commercial in history. It was god awful, but it was beautiful. And what was beautiful about it was there was zero script, zero storyboard. Yoni Brook, who was a film student and had been my intern slash someone I mentored at the Times, and he's his own very successful documentary filmmaker now, helped me with shot listing, what the direction of the faces. And we shot this thing in 2 nights in one Jeep with 4 people. And we had a blast. We were putting this god-awful music on that I cannot put on this video because it's not safe for work.
Right.
Just look up Samwell and you'll know everything. It was just unbelievable. We had the time of our lives and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. I knew enough from my background with my father about filmmaking, right? I'd been on movie sets my whole life. I knew enough to know that I didn't have, I had one fluid head. That was it, and suction cups. So, and one little LED light and a pro photo pack to shoot stuff like this. But I had every lens in the world. And that's how Reverie happened. We saw the footage on rear projection TV in my house, and all of our jaws dropped. A New York Times friend of mine came in and saw it, and he almost cried. Not because of the work, but because he saw, like I did, how this is going to change everything. He literally buried his head in his hands after seeing it, going, oh my God, what a game changer. And the irony is the initial edit was utterly unwatchable. It was god-awful. And I just wanted to rip my face off. But a very talented friend of mine named Andre Costantini had been brought in to help edit this piece. And to give you an idea how young I was in video, after, at this point, I think 15 years as a photographer, I didn't know what a sequence was. So I pointed to this little sequence in the timeline that was nonlinear. And I said, that's pretty cool. Can you do the whole thing like that? Meaning, don't do the terrible thing we shot linearly from start to finish. Just pop back and forth. And he said, And I had to bring my other friend away and explain to him why we weren't going to cut it linearly. He was very upset. And we cut Reverie. It was ungraded. I sent it to Canon via FTP. Nothing for 3 days. Nothing. And I thought it sucked, and that was it, and we're done. And then 3 days later, I got a call from David Sparrow, who said, Vincent, in a very deep voice. I said, yes. I was scared. What in the earth, there was an F in there, have you done?
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, shit. I don't know. I'm sorry. And he's like, this is fucking amazing! And apparently they were in the national sales meeting all week, which is why no one got together, get back to me, because they were all in meetings all day. And apparently they were playing the thing on loop and showing every single person in Canada this thing. The irony is, I've done what I swore I would not do, which is get back into the story.
Right.
Is Canada did not want to release it. They were going to kill it. So this was sent to Canon and Japan by Canon USA. And Canon and Japan said, nope, you cannot show this. They're like, why? I'm like, it's a prototype. We have a standing policy to never show prototype footage, and that's it. Sorry. And for 3 days again, I was at my blog waiting to post it and kept getting calls from Canon USA saying, sorry, dude, we can't show this to anybody. And finally, on the 3rd day, they wisened up and they put it out. And that was a life-changing moment just because of how little, it's like in the movies. You click refresh on the blog, and it's like 12 comments or views or whatever it was. Refresh 100. You refresh 1,000. You refresh 5,000. It was exponential. They had more traffic on Canon USA's site in that 10-day period than they had the entire year for all of Canon Inc. And they got a $250,000 or $1 million Akamai bill for like this web service. And, it's fair to say the irony was this was a big shifting point in my career where I started this different identity as Vincent Laforet, the cinematographer and eventual director. And people knew me for that, whether it was people like George Lucas's producer, George Lucas, or J.J. Abrams, or whatever, as the guy who did Reverie or did the movie piece, but had no idea I had 15 years as a photojournalist.
Right.
And it was a very weird, like, dichotomous, I'm not sure if that's the right word, but it's a dichotomy, right? Period of my life.
Question here from Ali. Did you feel pressure as a photographer entering the industry where most looked down on DSLR video at the time? How was that experience?
It was awful for quite a few reasons. First of all, hey, Mikhail and Mr. Moriarty, we'll talk about the, if you're still here, the Nike thing at some point if we have time. But, the problem with me, there's many problems with me, but the number one problem with me is I put a lot of pressure on myself. And I knew where I was as a photojournalist. At this point in my career when I started Reverie, it's fair to say I knew almost everyone in the photo business, right? Just because when you're the New York Times guy and you win a Pulitzer and you win awards and you go to speak at things and teach and whatever, you go to conferences, you get to know the editors of all the big magazines, Vanity Fair, Time, Newsweek, because they're your friends, right? And they hire you or you work with them or you socialize with them. I knew that world really well. And I also considered that at that point I was starting to be somewhat of an accomplished photographer. And that made me ever so more aware of how unaccomplished I was in the video world. And more than anything, I think the social media pressure, the notoriety with Reverie and being on Canon stages and all that killed me. And it probably killed a big part of my career because I was so afraid to put crap out because I knew how much I had to learn. And everything I did, like people would take pictures or post about it, and it didn't give me much chance to experiment or have fun. And I felt like I was under a microscope. I also felt terribly guilty about bringing this DSLR onto big sets because I was always looking up to see if a grip would drop a light on my head. And I'm not kidding. I never had anything overtly aggressive, but you feel guilty because you're bringing new technology. It's much cheaper and changing the business. So it was a tough time, and it was a hellish time. Like, this is some of the stuff we were shooting back then. This is actually with Charles Pappert. So Charles is this extremely experienced DP, and back then was a Steadicam operator who had worked with Garrett and everybody and was teaching this stuff. And he was helping me. God bless him for taking any instruction from me as a quote unquote director back then when I didn't know shit. But, here I was, this wonder boy with these cameras and messing around. And, people like him would help us find ways to put, auto cue systems on a 5D that would shut off every 30 seconds. That's family photo. That's my daughter. Or build stuff like this. And, the truth is he's a geek like me, always has been. And, we met up into this short called Nocturne in the with the 1D Mark II, I think, in the LA streets with no light, or I would meet people like Jared, randomly on the side of a California road with his Boxster painted in like green matte paint along with his red one. And
unapproved Porsche color.
I was really welcomed by these people, and that was incredibly flattering. But deep down, I was tremendously aware of how little I knew in this business. And I've spent the past decade basically making sure that I'm not an idiot on set, learning as much as I can. And I did Movi, for example, with, this is my daughter, with the Red and the 3300. Here we were with the first Blackmagic pocket camera, phenomenal sensor, disastrous UI, interface with a big reflective screen. Couldn't see what you were shooting, but the imagery looked wonderful. Here we were the day. This was a good story. Tab Forshaw and Hugh Bell of Freefly and I were friends. Tab met me on after Reverie, did this thing called Jamie O'Brien. We did a surfing movie, which was another nightmare, which I won't get. That was my apocalypse now, but long story. Where the surfer was broken up with his girlfriend and kept changing his mind, and we were building all this prototype 5D stuff. But Tab met me with his helicopter and shot some stuff there. We remained friends, and they called me about the movie, and we shot the movie piece. I'll try not to get into that because I'll go forever. And J.J. Abrams says, hey, would you guys come over and show this stuff? And, Tab and Hugh did this tracking shot from the foot up to a face in one take, and J.J. goes, God damn it, we just had to do like 24 takes with a techno crane last week to get that on Star Trek, and you guys nailed it in the first shot. This is amazing. And he's like, would you guys mind hanging around with us for a few minutes? I got someone I'd like to call. And we're like, we can hang out with J.J. Abrams a little longer. We'll put our In-N-Out Burger reservations on. We'll push them back. And he starts talking to someone. He's like, you got to come over here. You got to see this thing. It's pretty awesome. And of all the people he was talking to was Alfonso Cuarón. And he came up to the roof and saw the movie. And for me, I mean, this is probably more important than meeting Spielberg, because I have an immense respect for Alfonso Cuarón and his films and, Children of Men, etc. So I went down this rabbit's nest. But what I was going to say is here I was being welcomed by a lot of really cool people. And I should have done the Hollywood thing and just gone with it more. If I had one regret, if any of you young guys or women get opportunities, just go with it. Because you find most people in Hollywood make it up as they go anyways, or lie outright about being able to do something. I just, with my photojournalism background, couldn't do it. I just, I came from this very, if I tell you I can do something, that means 100% I can do it. Not 90%, not 85%, not 50%, let alone 10%. So that's just my background, who I am, right?
Yeah, they say if you don't scare the hell out of yourself with the job, you're taking too low of a job.
Yeah. And that's kind of, I got to do things like, bring in a techno crane into the Coliseum, and do Nike commercials with Moriarty, who was on a little while ago. I'm not sure if he's still here, but
he's still on here, I'm sure.
And the movie and all the crazy stuff we were doing with Richard Sherman. I haven't played a video. I don't know how this will go.
Yeah, I remember because I got to do your.
I didn't get it.
Is that too loud?
Mute. Yeah.
I don't know how to turn this is Lightroom, and Lightroom's not the best at this. But anyways,
it's not showing there.
Shooting music. Let me see. If I mute this, does that work?
I don't hear it. So I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'll mute it. And using my sports background, something Phil asked, I shot with an equivalent of 300-8 wide open on a techno crane, and we had one take.
Though.
What's that?
I don't see the video though.
Oh, you don't see the video? Oh, of course not. Why would you see the video? Does it work here? Lightroom.
Yeah, it must have popped into a new window.
I don't understand why you don't see it.
Probably
Probably because you're looking at a still image. Let's see. All right, so we had one take left with Richard Sherman. This was the weekend before he had the big spat and screamed at someone at, I forget the guy's name, and became a big superstar. And he was the coolest guy on the face of the earth. And we had done so many takes with different wardrobe and all the nightmare stuff with a techno crane. And I said, Richard, you have one more take? He's like, yeah, man, I can do it one more time. I said, I want you to scream like a lion. He's like, what? Just scream like a lion. And I look at my crew and I say, okay, we nailed everything we needed to. We had 40 minutes with him. We nailed everything. Let's go for one take where we're going to do a 300-8 on his face and try to get it. And at 600 frames a second, I was nuts. And I knew it. And I told the focus puller, just try. And this may not be the right take, but we got one where he screamed and it made the commercial. And I think it really accentuated it. I can't fast forward anything. So you're seeing how hard the shit is.
It's not. It's only showing a still.
It is. Oh, never mind. So, anyways,
you might have to reshare that application.
Yeah, it's not working. We'll just move on.
Fair enough.
So, questions. I don't understand what the command. I must have made some boxer or briefs comment or flash some image.
Pap.
I do know Pap. Unfortunately,
he's gonna mess with you, and I'm sure Moriarty's gonna come in. Yep, of course.
Nah, he's always nice.
Yeah. They're gonna mess with you then.
In history as a whole, what do you think could cause a revolution the likes of which we have not seen since the 5D? I think we saw it this week with the Real Engine to some degree.
Real 5, yeah.
If you want to post a link to that, I blew my mind. I think AR, VR will. I know the Diamond Brothers are working a lot on that. I think that's potentially where we're going. If you haven't gotten already, I'm a bit of an old school guy. I hate everything at CGI today. The reason I love filmmaking is because of the spectacle of it. when you saw those battle scenes with 500 men and women or whatever, chariots. I love that. And that's why I love film. And I absolutely, now that I direct and I'm a DGA guy and safety and all, love VFX for when you have to do it because you don't want anyone to get injured. That being said, I think we're relying too much on it these days. And I am a big fan of practical stuff. So when I see stuff like the Bourne series or even the latest one on Netflix called Escape Entrenchment, was it? With the guy trying to kidnap the kid. The latest, the action movie by the action director, Sam Ward or something. Extraction. So, that was a lot of that was done practically. It's incredibly impressive. And I thought the movie had the script of a bubblegum rapper, but I enjoyed it thoroughly, right? Like it wasn't an intellectual exercise, but as a stunt and action movie, it was really incredibly impressive.
So everybody, I always notice the comments when people, the guests are talking and they're getting really good information out there. They kind of just fall off. They're paying attention because there's a lot of people on here. Mm-hmm. But so if you have questions, go ahead and put them in there. Don't be shy because he wants to get to them. Here's a question for you: how would you approach a client you would love to work for? What would you put a package together or contact the director in a particular way? How would you do it?
I'm trying to find this link. So real quick, give me a second. I'll find the link for you to the Nike commercial. And I've converted away from Vimeo recently onto Frame.io.
Frame.io, yeah. Everything. That's a solid choice.
It's really so much more powerful, but I haven't organized my mess yet. Vimeo, Laforet, and then Nike. There it is. So I will share this link so you can see the Richard Sherman shot. How do I type stuff?
If you
cannot, right? Here's what I'll do. I'll text it to you and you can post it. Right. So most of us who used the 5D at the time had visions and expectations of where cameras would be 5-10 years later. Now we are here. Do you think the camera industry has met those expectations? Sure. I mean, listen, you've got a Komodo coming out that's going to be $5, $6, $7 that shoots 6K video. Isn't that what we wanted? And all the different Canons and Black Magics. Listen, I think it's fair to say that things have been democratized quite a bit. The reason I've been a big fan of Red is twofold. One is the gear and the quality of the imagery, but also the people behind it. I've made a lot of good friends, whether it was Jared or Jim, whether it was Keegan, whether it was Chris, Nate. I mean, you name it. So many people who are Red users. Of course, now our motley crew like Ivan Agerton and Mark Peterson and Timur and the Diamonds, and I mean, there's like 20 of them. So I'm sorry I can't mention everybody, but it's a family. And the biggest, I'll tell you a cool little anecdote that I'll never forget. I went right when just before the Scarlet came out. Do you guys remember what year that was?
2012.
12, that's about right. Yeah. And I sat down for what was supposed to be a 15-minute with Jim Gennard and Jared Land, in their little Red Studios, and their little, I like to call it a little cocoon over there. And Jim starts talking to me about, what my thoughts are about the industry, kind of like your question right now, like where are things headed? I was playing with this junk here. Actually, that's a real camera. It's a Phantom. But, you can't tell whether it's a 5D or what buried in there, right? A lot of stuff like this. And he was picking in my brains what he was doing. And I think that's all the meeting was meant to be, was just pick Vincent's brain. And then he says, hey, Vince, we're starting to get a little friendly. I don't want you to betray anything, and I know you have NDAs with Canon, and I know you have a long-standing relationship with them. Is there anything you could tell me, about what you think, where they're headed, or anything they're working on, things we should think about, and basically ask me to bust my NDA. And I look at him and I say, Jim, with all due respect, if I were to tell you a single thing about what I know that Canon's doing, would you ever trust me? He goes, sits back, takes a big drag of a cigar, goes, "You have no idea how many people fail that test miserably." And that turned into a literal 4-hour conversation with him and Jared about cameras and lenses and stupidity, cigars and scotch or whatnot. I'm pretty sure
all
Jim
my
was
favorite
my leg.
topics.
What's that?
All my favorite topics too.
Yeah, and he told me it was the longest meeting he's ever had, which is probably BS. But it was a long meeting. We've never had one like that since. But I got to know these guys, and at the end of the day, I think it's very important for you to be true to yourself and what you do and to people. And that was his test. He was trying to see if I would, break NDAs and share a little something. And I was like, "What, are you kidding me?" More importantly, like, why would you ever trust me? He's like, "Because no one passes that test. They're so eager to tell me stuff that I know that I can never trust them." It's the same rule that never ever badmouth other people. That will get back to you or them, especially in this industry. And if you're applying for a job, if anyone ever badmouths someone of their former employers to me in an interview or in general, I'm not going to hire them because I know they're going to say the same shit about me. Right. So basic stuff like that. Anyways.
So I'm going to pop up a question and go ahead and answer it, but I have to get up. My dog is the size of a horse, and he's decided to lay up against the tripod, and my image keeps going over. I'm all the way at the edge of my desk now. So I got to go correct that real quick. But the question is, most of us who used the 5D at the time had visions and expectations of where cameras would be 5 to 10 years later. Mm-hmm. Now we're here. Do you think the camera industry has met those expectations?
Well, I think it's the question I was just trying to answer, which is, to some degree, who cares? I mean, the Red has done that. The Komodo has done that. Cameras are important. Resolution is important. Quality is important. At the end of the day, no one cares long term. Unless we're going to say some geeks are. You were the first person to shoot on the X camera at this resolution. It's just utterly irrelevant. Here's for example, case in point. This might make my point. This disastrous little camera that I shot, this DxO1 prototype, this entire series here was shot with that camera, and I was just showing you the imagery. And at the end of the day, no one cares what it was shot with. The fact that it was a plug-in camera on an iPhone, it doesn't matter. The imagery will or will not, right? The gear is not relevant. Now, I call it disastrous camera because in the end, when it came out in full production, it was phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Look at the quality coming out of this little thing. The problem is I had a super beta type that would crash every 15 seconds and erase the images we just shot and or crash the phone it was on. And a lot of people want to work with prototypes. I can tell you, I have bled. They call it bleeding edge for a reason. I have PTSD from working with so many prototypes over the years. And it's an honor, and it's great to be the first to do X, Y, or Z, but it takes its freaking toll on you because you're not worried about getting the best image. You're worried about getting an image with, software or hardware that's crashing constantly. And, to that point, like, we have a way too big fixation on gear and not enough on what we're doing with the gear. And as long as the thing you can use is reliable and creates great image, and doesn't stand in your way too much, I think you're winning.
So this is a nice little caveat there. Has owning your cameras been a good investment for you, specifically your Monstro?
Yes, absolutely. So buying cameras and lenses will be the best or worst investment of your life, nothing in between. You will either bleed money and regret it and sell the damn thing for 1/10 of its value in sheer desperation 6 months to years later. There is no greater depreciating asset in the world than a digital cinema camera, period. Lenses hold their value somewhat. It's all a factor of whether or not you're working with it and you're putting it to work or renting it out. And I've been lucky to work with companies like Helinet. A lot of my gear is sitting there right now. I don't have it here. It's sitting over there in shot overs, working on films and making money for me, whether or not I'm working. So for me, it has been a wonderful investment. That being said, I have a general rule for people, which is, or that I advise people, is if you can't pay off the gear in 6-12 months, you probably shouldn't buy it. 2 years max, because it's depreciating far, far, far too fast for you to ever see your money back, right?
And paying it off, you need to pay yourself as well. It can't just be going to your gear. You got to live.
This is art plus commerce, and you can't have one without the other, especially not in this business. That's the number one problem we face as an industry in general, whether it's photography or film, is how do you make a living at this,
Right.
And how do you keep the rates up, etc.
Bit of a blunt question here from Gundu. I work equally in photography and motion, but as you know, you spend a lot of time reassuring the clients and agency. How do you keep motivated knowing so much is BS?
That's a wonderful question. And I interestingly enough, so I am enjoying commercial work more and more. I hated it at first. I was a terrible commercial photographer because I didn't realize it was the biggest dog and pony show in history. And I cared about the image, damn it. I cared about getting the moment. I did stuff like this where, this was actually done for real practically for the New York Times. I did stuff like this where we actually had, this was actually done practically, or this. And I just loathed the process of it, and the ass kissing and the groveling and the budget issues and being a boss and dealing with the bottom line and yada, yada, yada. It wasn't until I worked, I can say this, I have to be careful because Apple likes to be very private. And there's some things I can talk about and some things I can't. This one I'm pretty sure I can talk about. I know I can. I'd like to work with them again someday. This was a series we did. And the reason I like to, if I get in trouble, it'll be for a good reason. This will be because I worked on it with Cameron Michael and Mike Eisler. And so if I'm not supposed to talk about it, sorry. But this was the launch of the iPad Pro. We went to the Atacama Desert in Chile, and we shot this imagery for them over 10 days. And it was one of those assignments. There's Joe, the art director. There's Mike and Joe. And you know what? Everything went wrong in terms of weather and logistics, but everything went right in terms of the imagery. And more than anything for me, like we hired this Mercedes people mover. We never used it, stuff like that. And everything went wrong on lots of levels that were out of our control ultimately. And they don't push the deadline back. The deadline is the deadline. But the imagery that was coming out was gorgeous. And more importantly to me, as a crew with client, which was client and agency at that point, we got along. And I generally have a measure of how good things are going or poorly on a job based on who's paying for drinks. If stuff's not going great, you're buying drinks for the client. If stuff's going great, client's buying drinks for you. And on this job, the client bought the entire crew round after round after round of drinks because we were gelling and we were nailing it. This is a shot that I worked on with Cameron. And, this is one of our best assignments that we've had of our lives because this is not Photoshop. This is out of camera. It's in the desert, up high, I believe 10,000 feet up or something on the base of the mountain. And then you obviously go up to the top, which is why they have very dry air over there. And we just had a blast. And to this day, I talk to the people from Apple that were on this job. And it was a wonderful launch. We were sent out there to get a few time lapses, and the vast majority of the entire launch video during the Apple keynote, this is us messing around, was imagery from here. And you never forget that, right? Very difficult. We had to take oxygen to go up. There's Cameron. So for those of you who don't know, Cameron Michael's a good friend of a lot of ours, and we think he had COVID, and he's tested positive the antibodies, and he's had to have an aortic valve replacement as a result because we think the infection attacked his heart, and now he may have to have a transplant. So we started a little GoFundMe, and maybe Scott, you can post that. And Scott's already donating all the proceeds from this to his medical bills. But he was on this assignment with us, and we had to wear oxygen to go up. And it was like Keystone Cop since we got up there because we weren't allowed to have radios. It was literally pitch dark, and no one knew where anybody was. And our minder got lost or went to go get a cup of tea and left us. But here are the Kessler Crane, and Eric Kessler is another person in this business who is just phenomenal, and helped us prototype some stuff, and just been a good all-around guy. And he continues to make some new stuff, which I can't talk about now, but you'll see soon. But it quickly becomes a small world. And the long-winded answer to your question is, I really enjoy commercial work now. It took me about 10 years to enjoy it, but now I enjoy working with the clients I like. And someone asked us earlier, I am going direct to client. So I will go directly to a client and introduce myself and my work in the hopes of getting work. That's what works best for me. And I target it. I don't just say, I want to work for you. I say, I want to work for you because this is what I do, and it's how it aligns yourself with your brand and your current branding.
The fact that you're still doing it means that it's paying off at points, is it?
Yeah, I love it. I love this stuff. I love shooting. My only regret about my career is that I spend more time on the phone.
Is that anything you can change? I mean, is it possible, or do they just want to talk to Vince to find out if they want to hire you? I mean,
no, I just think, listen, I did this thing called the Directing Motion Tour, which someone mentioned earlier years ago, showing my process. If a good director, his or her job is done offset and prep. The shoot is gravy. And the reality is your job is, conference calls, budgets, Excel spreadsheets, casting, wardrobe, location scouts, lawyers, contracts, actors. That's the job. The set part is the fun part, hopefully, if you've done your prep.
And that series is still available through MZ, right?
MZ.com, yeah.
Yeah, MZ.com, Directing Motion. It's a fantastic. I got to attend your seminar. It was amazing because I went back and my wife told me to shut up because I kept talking the entire time. We had to watch every freaking Spielberg movie, and I'm like, see right here.
No, and here's another project I can share from Apple, which was cool, where we used iPhones mounted on the belly of a Learjet and also a Red to capture footage. This is where Mike Eisler and I have worked together for 14 years. We are the odd couple in body. I call myself Fat Man and he's Little Boy, like Fat Man and Little Boy, the bombs in Hiroshima. It's the fact that we get along is a miracle because we're very opposite people, yet, we rib each other mercilessly. He sends me Canadian flags all the time and luggage and shit, calls me Canadian, drives me nuts. And, somehow we've become extremely close friends over 14 years. And the reason is, beyond spending an inordinate amount of time together, he's worked on projects like this with me where we've mounted phones on the base of an aircraft and have to build custom stuff. This is not the camera. This is a chocolate bread. So I'm on its way there. But build custom mounts and stuff with heating pads and ways to control. So here's Mikhail's software, full control. So we're doing everything in the jet from the iPad directly via serial cable. And I'm sure you guys use this wirelessly. We're using flight simulators with ForeFlight and aviation software to actually map and track our movements live and scout. So not just for fun, but because we can. This is the office inside. This is the final get up here. This is Kevin LaRosa, one of the best pilots in the industry that I fly with all the time. And this is our office. And this is where I really want to work. This is where it's me, the pilot, and ATC and the people I work with. And clients tend to leave you alone up there. And here we are doing some stuff for the fruit company together. And it's a really amazing privilege. And we're getting stuff, like this and like that. And then this is fun. At some point we said, what would it be like if we put the camera on panoramic mode?
Oh, interesting.
7-minute exposure where obviously we're not rolling the camera, we're flying the camera over 7 minutes. And it's recording stuff underneath.
Wow.
in these 100 megapixel images under the belly of the aircraft. Some, of course, are just still imagery. And stuff like this. And then here's some really fun stuff here with colors and depth and richness. So this is a 12-minute exposure, as is this, versus stills here. So as I think you guys can understand, this is my happy place.
Right.
This is where I'm happiest because I get to actually fly the Red Bull helicopter like pilots like Aaron Fitzgerald, who does the loop-de-loops upside down. I don't get to do that. I would never do that. But I get to hang out with them and learn
Never
from
say
them.
never.
I just got my pilot's license a little while ago, so I finally crossed that bridge. I will never shoot and fly for obvious reasons, but I will shoot or fly.
Safety.
Yeah, you can't do both. It's just too much work. And I was trying to find some other stuff, but I'll jump on to the next question.
Jim had a great comment. He briefly dated a girl where one of their dates was watching the episode of Directing Motion.
So sorry for her.
And then Simon's like, how could you let her go? Let's see here. There you go. You've been a vital resource in learning filmmaking for many who started in the industry. What resources did you use to learn from when transitioning from photography?
Honestly, people like Charles Papert and other mentors. I didn't learn from a book. I learned on set, and I learned to shut up and listen.
Yes.
Maybe not enough. Charles would definitely not admit to that. Tell me to shut up.
Come on, Charles, chime in.
A lot of studying. A lot of this is a full an experience where we got to fly in 26. I think am I 26 or 25 in Russia, in Moscow. You said the videos don't play, so I guess it's not going to play.
If you stop sharing and then reshare the video, it should play. Okay. And my dog is moving my tripod again. Come on, dude.
I don't think it's playing in Lightroom is the issue.
Yeah, if it pops out of Lightroom, then it won't play. Okay. You'd have to share that video.
Stand by.
Here comes Ivan, because you saw a Russian helicopter. Ivan is not happy.
Ivan, the only time I will fly a Russian helicopter was this one, because I heard your story. I will never fly an MI anything either. Although the irony is a lot of special forces guys and soldiers will tell you they would rather fly an MI helicopter than a Black Hawk. Probably because some of them had bad experiences in a Black Hawk, which is very surprising. But I have heard that from quite a few of them. So
Papa's letting you off easy. He's calling you one of the most talented guys you know.
I nearly killed Pepper. This is a true story. That's not a joke.
Tell this one.
I sent him to the hospital. So this wasn't my fault, and I'll take some slack for it. We went off to Italy, and he and Mike Eisler were flown economy versus business, which is like, it's not a question of comfort, and I wasn't producing. I was just a DP, supposedly director. Who knows? And very early on in my career. And by the time he landed after a 14-hour flight from LA to Italy, he was exhausted, like anyone else would. He went straight to work with a Steadicam in like 95% humidity, 110-degree weather in Italy in July, where you start off at 4 or 5 a.m. and you work till 10 p.m. The poor guy, I'll never forget when it happened, because we were doing this like pilot for an Italian cooking show with this great chef named Paul Bartolotta. And we were going to these amazing dinners. That's the only thing I remember about the show. And the other thing I remember is being in the winery where the guy played Mozart or other classical music 24/7 to his wine because he thought it made a difference. So Papert's running around the Steadicam. We're doing some really nice stuff for what it was. And he just got near renal failure. So I like to take credit for nearly killing him. And for, in many ways, having him go from being a Steadicam op to coming back to the U.S. and saying, if I have to listen to this idiot Laforet giving one more instruction on directing, I might as well do it myself. And he is now a full-fledged DP and has always been effectively. But now that's what he does, is a Steadicam. And I like to take credit for that, pushing him along. When you work with that's why I started off as a DP. And my first experience as a DP was quick. It was for a Sony commercial where I was young and inexperienced, but the director was a VFX guy who every 30 seconds came to me and asked me what to do. And these were literal, director's questions. There's DP questions and there's director's questions, right? And, you can ask a DP where to put people and how to light them and how to move the camera, but you shouldn't be asking them everything. And that's what happened. And I'm sure to a lot of DPs out there. And I said, well, if I'm going to be directing the goddamn thing anyways and getting paid a tenth of what this guy's getting paid, heck, I might as well do it.
Right.
And that's what I did. That's why I play director on set, because if I'm going to do all the work anyways, I might as well do it. And I have huge respect for what have you done with Vincent Imposter? Yeah, so, this is me shooting, just going for images here with the, this is what a prototype C300 looks like with literal P-Touch labels in Japanese on the entire body. Huh. And we were mounting it to a Russian arm, which was a lot of fun. And Tim Smith, who's one of the nicest and best people at Canon, period, bar none, end of story, hands me, maybe it was Bogaz, hands me the 3300 prototype and literally says, please do not smash this lens or my career at Canon is over. And they weren't kidding. We didn't care. We flew the shit out of it on that Russian arm and went crazy. This is Mike Flores doing some second unit. Paulie Morgan is a great DP. And some stuff. And here we are at the plane cemetery in Victorville. Is it Victorville? No, it's in all those places over there. Anyways.
Pap says he named his left kidney after you.
Yeah, he should have. But you know what? He owes me now because now he's making the big bucks as a DP. So there you go.
I'm going to have to get all you guys on at the same time one day, and that'll be fun.
For sure. Oh, God, that's too scary for me with the stuff they would say.
I'll just sit back and eat popcorn. This would be too good. Yeah. Let's see here. So Timur joined. Marcel joined. There we go. What is work? Okay.
Gear. Sorry, I'm going to mention gear.
Yeah.
I am hypocritical for saying gear doesn't matter because I have been the biggest gear hound. This is what I would go on with for one of my first commercial jobs for Canon. This is what I brought. Just a little bit of kit. Scuba diving, Ranger strobe packs, every lens Canon made, Pocket Wizards, you name it. And what I will tell you is what I've learned over the years. This is actually the 30-inch monitor inside Apple, yeah. My baby's, my Noah's crib, is gear does not make the stuff and can be the biggest impediment to doing good work. I like the way Ivan works with just a few lenses. Mark Toya has the same disease I do. He likes a lot of gear too, but he knows when to
GAS, gear acquisition syndrome.
And the gear helps you make the image, but you can't make an image with the gear. You use the gear to realize an idea, right? This is a fisheye lens looking down the Empire State Building with the sun setting, 500 f4 during the marathon. The reason the street is slick is because they're pouring out the water or Gatorade out. And I'll make one commercial point here. I did not sign the Sports Illustrated agreement because I was one of the few aerial photographers at the time that did it. And it was a big rights grab, and I said no. And I took a big black Sharpie, as I did many, many times as a commercial photographer or editorial, and I crossed the contract out. So I got paid $1,000 to shoot that image for that day rate, and I sold that image for $35,000 to a commercial client a month later. So keep your rights by all means as much as you can. It's a lot harder in the video world, but in the photography world, it's also very difficult. But let me tell you, holding on to your rights is key. 45 millimeter tilt shift during the US Open. And again, back to gear, using it to tell a story. That is Sharapova falling to her knees in focus and Justine Henin completely out of focus, right? And that guy only cost me $40 to get him to stand up on cue when she won the US Open. That's a joke, of course. But use the gear to help tell what you're thinking of, to capture moments. Don't become obsessed with the gear because it won't do anything for you. You'll just be known as a gearhead who's a technical person who can't shoot their way out of a paper bag, basically.
What do you think about sponsors?
How much trouble can I get myself in? Well,
Don't get yourself in trouble.
I will tell you one piece of what I hope is sage advice. There is no such thing as free gear. So when someone lends you, gives you, whatever's you a piece of gear, it is a burden on many, many levels. To the point at this day, I accept very little stuff. I will gladly pay for gear to not be beholden to the person giving me the gear. I've played with my very simple rules as a photographer or a videographer, which is I tell the person, if you want me to test this out, I will give you an honest feedback and I will send it back to you unless you want me to hold on to it and play with it some more. I will not criticize you publicly. I will give you the feedback as to why your thing doesn't work or sucks. And if it's good, I'll tell people about it if I feel like it. I have a different perspective on sponsors in that after Reverie and the Canon thing, I had 22 sponsors for my blog, and it became a big business. I had to hire people to produce content, and I hated every single second of it. In fact, I fired 22 sponsors Christmas Eve one year because I told them, I said, nothing personally, best companies to work with. I picked all one of you by hand because my rule was if I work with your gear, you can sponsor the blog because I'm using your gear anyway. So it's very simple. I said, it's becoming a burden where you expect, let's just say you have one company, they have 4 quarterly releases of press releases. My point was I'm not going to talk about it unless it's interesting. I don't care about your latest so-and-so. And they're spending money every month on the blog to frankly pay for the editors that are editing the videos and the shooters, right? And it just became something I didn't want to do. So there are relationships that are long-standing like Canon that were great, ended poorly, but it was a great relationship. There are relationships that are not sponsored, like I worked with Apple for 14 years now, and I've made some of the best friendships and connections in my life, but it's never been a sponsorship. And there are cam manufacturers that I still work with regularly, like Red. Like, there's no relationship whatsoever that's official with Red. Jared doesn't send me a Komodo, in the mail. He asked me if I want to try it or hold it, but and he asked for honest feedback. That's the most important part.
That's completely fair. Toya wants to know if you'd fly in a helicopter with him.
No, with him, yes. With him at the controls, so you couldn't pay me. And I enjoy my life, sir. Mark has fallen asleep at the controls of a plane and a helicopter twice and found himself inverted or heading towards the ground. And I love the man. I'll do many, many things with him.
But not fly with him as a pilot.
Right.
Are there any places people we can go to in order to learn more about how to protect rights for our work? Didn't you do a blog post on that?
I did. So, listen, I don't keep the blog up to date, but you can go to blog.vincentlaforet.com and read back. There's a good post that someone mentioned way back when about the cost of doing business, which is one of the most simple formulas you can ever ask for in any business. And I'm going to tell it to you because it's so simple. Add up every bill you have for your business. So your cell phone bill, your utility bills, your insurance bill, your health insurance bill, the taxes you pay yourself. So let's say you make $100,000 a year or $10,000 a year, whatever it is. You actually make 60% of that or 70% of that or less. And then add all those costs of your gear, of your repairs, of your lenses, of your Frame.io and Vimeo and YouTube and Dropbox memberships, of your health benefits, of your upgrades, of your software, your Creative Cloud. You get the idea, right? Add it all up in a spreadsheet, divide it by 12, make sure you take taxes into account, add 10 or 20 to 30% for savings if you can to put away, and that's your cost of doing business. That means that every day you need to make that minimum to survive. And for most people at a very base level, it's $200 to $300 at the lowest level a day when you start taking account gear. For a lot of us, it's $500 to $1,000. For some of us, it's several $1,000s a day. And if you start having employees and overhead, it's millions of dollars sometimes a month. And every time you don't make that, you're losing money as a business is going out of business. Not to mention, you're not putting any money away from R&D, for marketing, yada, yada. One of the things I've had a chance to do is work with a lot of manufacturers direct on creating stuff. And I'm going to let go of a pet peeve here that really pisses me off. Whenever I hear a creative say, I want to get this for free, or can't they give this to me, or can I get a big discount on it? Listen, I get it. I get it. But it pisses me off because you want to be paid your full rate. You want clients to value what you do, yet you're the first person to buy a so-and-so knockoff that's a tenth of the price. Perhaps because of the journey that I've been through, I get livid because I've worked with people from the prototyping stage that mortgage their homes to make a CNC part and anodize it and sell it. And then, I've had people literally, this is back in the day, send me prototypes that they had mortgaged their home for. And I'm like, don't send me your stuff. I'm not reviewing anything. And they're like, well, you have visibility, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, don't do this. And the point is, Red is a good example. What happened a little while ago, where these nitwits complain about the SSD cost.
Yes.
And listen, so here's some prototyping stuff, right? This is the first piece I ever made. It was a battery plate for the Dragon, right? There it is. I made that. Hooray. And I spent time. I'm completely blanking on his name. This is bugging me. Anyways, we made this. And I've made several products after this. And what you realize is, generally speaking, when you look at something, it costs 25% of that to make it. Sometimes 10%. So you buy a Zeiss compact prime you're seeing here for, I don't know, what is it, $4,000? It probably costs Zeiss $200 to $500 in raw materials and $200 to $500 in labor. That's easy. Then they have to have all the salaries, all the marketing, all the fees, all the taxes. So when you see a company like Red, I know no more, well, I knew a little more than most of you do about what a Red costs to make. The single most expensive thing in there is probably a sensor and the motherboard, etc. And let's say they sell two for 50 grand. There's a good possibility that the profit margin on the Red brain, the body, is not that much. In fact, if you can relate to this a little more, look at an Xbox or PlayStation, there's a high likelihood they're selling that at a loss for every single machine, right? Because they know they're going to sell hundreds of millions of game subscriptions as a result and get a kickback from the manufacturers. So when you buy a base plate for $400 that you know is a $10 piece of aluminum, you feel burned. I get it. Or you buy an SSD that has a $50 chip in it selling for X amount. You feel burned. What you should understand is that is actually what's paying for your Red and the Red company logo and the employees and their benefits and disability and marketing and all the things that don't make it to market for X, Y, and Z. And for God's sakes, for all the goddamn knockoffs. I'm not going to get too political here. Peterson's here. He can get me going hard because he's experienced it and lived it.
Oh, he has, yes.
Listen, when the movie came out, I kid you not, I shot a video with Tab and Hugh. We put the video out. 3 days or so before NAB, 3 days, and we show up at NAB, there are already knockoffs on the floor. And then within a month, there's a huge knockoff that doesn't work nearly as well, and that is 10 times cheaper. But more importantly, what I don't want you to miss, besides the mathematics behind it, is the risk and R&D that goes behind it. Someone had to figure out how to balance that movie and find the ergonomics that worked, and it took them years or months to do. Tab talked to me about the movie, I would say almost a decade before it came out, and definitely 3 to 4 to 5 years before. And he slaved on it, and figured out with engineering money that he risked, and he leveraged everything he had. So be respectful of any manufacturer for putting their necks on the line to get you the stuff, because they're just as passionate as you are. And please don't be so quick to buy knockoffs. And I understand market economy, I understand costs, and I understand you got to save money. But that's why, Adobe gives me a free membership every year for Creative Cloud. I still pay for it. I haven't used it. I give it to a friend, because I consult them and stuff like that because I want to support them. And I appreciate when they have discounts for COVID and everything. That's cool. But, pay for those services because there's a lot of people behind them. Anyways, my rant is hopefully done.
No, that's brilliant, and I mean the crowd is exactly supporting that. I mean it's something that I've tried to explain to people many times is there is a cost to business, just like your spreadsheet, which is badass by the way. You have to calculate all of that stuff, and people need to not complain about the price of things because they're not trying to make $100,000 profit on each camera. They're trying to pay for the fact that they designed a camera. It's not cheap. And yeah,
I'm
brilliant.
just going to cycle for images in the backside. A lot of people are joining now.
Yep.
And I'll try not to be repetitive. This is.
I don't know if you can see the number of how many are on there, but
No, I have no idea.
It's because it has to merge YouTube and Facebook, but you got over 50.
Oh, great.
We've been solid.
50 people with nothing better to do on COVID. This was shot with an X-Pan in 1990 something. On black and white film, on actually MP5? That's a gun. HP5. And it's a C41 black and white film. And I went with my friend Harry Howe, who works at Getty Images. And for 10 days, we walked from 7 a.m. to 7 or 10 p.m. through China. And to this day, it's one of the coolest assignments I've ever done. That is on the right. That is the center of Shanghai before it was built. And it was built by old guys like this guy on the left. Everything shot just one lens, one camera for 10 days and just rolls of black and white film. And this is Danielle Boulou from Danielle's, the big restaurant in New York. I did a series on chefs in New York. And he had this picture of him arriving from France with a duck and some cheese. I said, well, he's French, I'm French. I said, your life has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? He's like, wait, it has. And I'm like, what do you do now? Where do you live? He's like, oh, I live around the corner on Park Avenue. And I'm like, he's like, what do you like to do? He's like, I play golf. I'm like, wouldn't it be cool to take a picture of you playing golf on Park Avenue? You know, to show how you've evolved from this French guy coming out of nowhere from France. And it's not particularly great work, but it's stuff I did. Moonen, I think, who did some of the best fisheries in New York at the South Street Seaport. Alfred Portal. I completely forget his name. The Little Inn in Washington. Fantastic guy. Amy's Breads. I forget her name. My memory's bad. We've been seeing a lot of Jordan recently. Here's some Hasselblad black and white. This is the Towers of Light. So going back to photojournalism, I photographed the Twin Towers of Light for the New York Times, which is, as you can imagine, the whole thing was very emotional. So let's stand by 1 second. Twin Towers Light. Right after 9/11. I mean, that was a defining moment for all of us. I can't find my image, but is a good example of listening to other editors or working with editors. So here's the image. You can see it here on the right.
Right. And
it showed up on the front page. I was there with a photographer who was then my boss, who was the photo editor. It was one of the few times in my career where I completely, well, not one, it was one of the times in my career I disagreed with somebody about something because the image looked like crap before the lights came on. If you can imagine this image without the tower, the beams, it felt totally off balance and empty. And when they came on, here's the front page right here. So this is what I used to do back in the day, in the good old days of the New York Times. Let's see if this pops up. Very special to work for that newspaper during that time. So what I did is I actually found the metal plates for the New York Times, and I sent it to the guy who designed this and made friends. And I didn't have to do that, but I did. And next year he calls me up and says, Vince, is there anything I can do to help you photograph, this year to make a different image? And I said, it's been photographed by everyone and their uncle from every angle. I can't think of anything. About the only thing I haven't seen is what it looks like from inside. And so he actually built me a platform. And I was able to make this image from inside the beams of light. Oops, sorry. What you're seeing there is the harvest moon in the middle, rising perfectly in the middle, full moon on the second anniversary of 9/11. And this is what it looks like inside one of the beams of light with all the xenon lights. This was back in my all-sport days, triple exposure on chrome film. Again, you're trying to find light and motion. I really want to show you some of my new work. I'll get to that in a second.
Oh, yeah. How are you doing on time, by the way?
I'm fine. You guys are fine. I'm And daily features like this, a guy walking his dog. This image meant a lot to me emotionally. This was the first time New Yorkers went back to their regular lives after 9/11. And I would see this on people's cubicles like 5 or 6 years later, cut out from the paper in yellow ink paper. And that was a special relationship you have as a photographer with your audience. And I'll always miss that till the day I die, is that connection with that, with the viewership. And my entire year would be distilled down to getting one postcard or note in the mail from a 70-year-old woman, or some person saying that image made their day, or reminding them of their husband who passed away, or some historical thing. We call the Times the paper of record. Always looking for different angles. In this case, going up. Everyone's down on the ground looking up at the skiers, the blue sky. I went up with an 800 millimeter, looking down the crowd to compress the image and get the snow coming off the skis.
On the sports, that's a good question. How did you approach capturing the emotion of sports as a photographer?
There were two images. There was this image, action, and there was that image, reaction. And you had to do your research, right? So this was, blanking on his name, Shear print. Jim Shear or something. His grandfather had died just before the Olympics, and I believe his grandfather was also a skeleton racer. I can't swear to that, but I can swear to the fact that he passed away right before the Olympics. So he was one of the stars of the Olympics, right? And when he won the gold medal, do you want to be getting an action photo of him or your reaction? Because no one knew he was going to pull out the image of his grandfather that he had in his helmet. Like, that's not, we're not in Hollywood here. This is reality. And covering sports is it's honestly like, if I had to distill down what I do in any point of my career, it is a mix of formulas and emotion and risk. Meaning, what I learned in all sport, covering sports, was that the sports photographers, the best guys like Al Bello, Jamie Squire, Jed Jacobson, Donald Morale, you name it, you should look up all these gentlemen's work, is phenomenal. And they would walk the entire length of a racetrack all day and study the light and plan their entire shoot based on where the light and shadows would hit. And then you learn as a sports photographer that you get the guy does 2 runs for the gold medal. So for the first run, you're there with him as he takes off. You get this image. If you're lucky, you get that image as he comes at you. And then you run for your life down without slipping on the ice and dying and breaking your neck with literally 150 pounds of gear and pelicans and backpacks on the front and in the back down to get the arrival and get the emotion of the image I showed you. And it's super formulaic, and that's why I showed these images. Is you get great moments that are unexpected, great human emotion, fantastic falls, Apollo Ono, mess ups. You key on your timing, and you're photographing with a bunch of other idiots that are your colleagues and your best friends. And there's Rob Tringali all the way in the back, Chris Lee. So many, Jim from the Tribune, and we're helping each other out, saving positions, because we're all literally waking up at 4 a.m. and going to bed at 1 or 2. So we're getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day, if we're lucky, and we're all in this together, right? Anyways, does that answer your question?
I bet it does.
Okay.
Let's talk about some of your more current stuff that
Sure. So what I've been doing recently that I haven't shown anyone yet is, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Ask me another question. I'll blabber on.
Sure. So obviously you started developing this love for taking aerials.
Yes.
And so when did that really start like growing in your gut, saying I need to do this?
So let's do that. Let's do a transition, because that's going to parlay directly into my recent work, right?
Perfect.
So if I had a brain,
again, if you have any questions or comments, put them down below. We'll try to get to them here.
Project Air. So Air started
I've got my copy right here.
Stuff. It's from Laforet.com.
Is it still available? Can you get it?
Yeah, you still buy the book?
Oh, yeah.
We sold out
Definitely.
the
This
first
is like,
edition. You have one of the first editions, I believe.
I do, yeah.
And,
Signed and everything.
Air started off with this.
Beautiful.
It was an assignment to talk about the psychology of, what was it about? Memory or experiences. And I told the editor, again, remember I told you earlier on, you have to learn how to say no in this business. So the idea was that they wanted us to illustrate a piece on psychology. And I said to the editor, what's interesting to me is I made a mistake, and I always had problems with financial aid in college, and I always got stuck in the worst classes I didn't want to be part of. And one of them was cognitive science, where we studied the brain and how the human eye sees and how the brain functions. So here I was in a pre-med school in college. But guess what? Something good came of it, because I learned about brain synapses and the rods and the cones in the eye and everything. And I said to him, when you're up in the air, the Earth looks a lot, I'm looking for the image here. Here, I found it. Like, it does not support custom order. I'm not trying to custom order. Oh my God, I'm struggling with, here we go. It looks like brain synapses. So these are the alluvian, this is the water, the rivers in Iceland, covered in snow over black sand. To me, that looks like a microscopic image, right? Very surreal, kind of hard to place until I show you this. And I said to the editor, I said, I really would like to go and photograph New York City from up above, because what in the world is going on in Lightroom? I am going to just shoot somebody. It's stuck.
It's live, folks.
I'm going to, whatever. We'll live. I'll show it to you here. I think that the city looks like a motherboard from the air. And I'll jump to Las Vegas, because I think this illustrates it better than I can talk. This is not a motherboard. That is Las Vegas at night shot with a tilt shift. And that was what I was trying to explain to the editor. And the editor literally said, well, that sounds interesting. Can you show us what New York would look like from 7,000 or 10,000 feet at night? And my answer was simple. It was, no, I cannot, because it's not been done before, literally. And I'm not going to claim here that I've invented this or was the first person to do it, but I can tell you no one's ever been able to find any aerial photography at night prior to air, because I think it's a function of the cameras not being able to capture it, right? I'm sure people tried, but it's never been, there's no history of it. And International Space Station imagery, I had seen images from the ISS of the Earth from above, and I knew that as much as there's been talk about going to space here and there was no way they're going to put my fat ass up in that International Space Station. Not to mention that I don't know that I would have gone, to be quite frank, with the risk involved, knowing what I know about, flight in general, not to mention the risk in my family, right? Time lapses. Always dangerous. So this is stuff we've all seen, right? From the International Space Station, and they worked with the people from Apple TV did getting some of the time lapses. I knew I wasn't going to get here, because the truth is the chance of them putting a photographer or videographer there is next to nil, because of the risks involved. And when you have an Air Force or military person who's been trained their entire life to do this stuff, you can teach them more easily how to trigger a camera. You can put someone up there, and I'm sure it'll happen at some point with Blue Horizon or Elon Musk and stuff like that.
Right.
But I knew this was not going to happen to me, and there were some talks here and there, and some fantasy talks, and I loved having them. And I would always say, well, how do I fit for the opening? But more than anything, I said, I can't go all the way up there, and I've already gone underwater, not like Ivan has, but my version of it. And scuba diving is one of my main passions outside of photography and flying. What can I do to get as close as I can to it? So I've pitched the story. I'm sorry I'm going into all these.
No, that's fine. What year was this that you were?
5 years ago or so.
Fine,
and the editor said, well, if you can't show me what it looks like, I can't visualize it, and I'm not interested. And I found that so utterly obtuse. My favorite retort from Road to Perdition, from Shawshank Redemption. What are you being obtuse?
Yes, obtuse, exactly.
Because that was a young person who's grown up. So the editor was in his 20s or 30s, who's grown up with Google and says, unless you can show me, I'm not going to greenlight it. And I said to them, the entire basis of the entire magazine world prior to the 2000s was if someone says it's never been done, they would do it. And there's a sense of discovery. So the editor said, no, we don't want to do the nighttime stuff. We just want literally to shoot at high noon from above Bryant Park. And I did what you have to do sometimes, which only people like Mark Toy have the guts to do. And in this case, I did. And I said, no. I said, with all due respect, I was very respectful, very professional. I said, I photographed from the air for about 10 years now. With every due respect, I'm not really interested in shooting at high noon. I really like this idea. I think it's different. I think it's going to accomplish something very different for you. Still, no. I'm like, okay, well, it's okay. Here are the names of 3 very qualified photographers I can vouch for. They can shoot this assignment for you. And they were on their ass because, no one turns down magazines. This was a big magazine I won't name. And they didn't know what to do. And the fact that I was respectful about it, they literally said, go shoot our thing at noon. We'll pay for you to shoot at night. Don't even bother sending us the stuff you shot at night. Don't even look at it. And that's how AIR began. So I always tell young people or students, when someone says no, that is the start of a conversation. That is a wonderful starting point because they're talking to you. You ever dealt with the federal government or the French government or a communist government or a socialist government or a government in general? They just don't answer. And silence is deadly because you have no door to push. If someone says no, for me, as I grew up as a photojournalist, I had no money. I had no commercial money, no budgets. I had to find a way to convince people to let me into places they didn't want to. And the same goes with your creative work. I just kept pushing till they literally said, go shoot this. We don't care. We don't even want to see it. And that is how AIR was born. And what's special about AIR, I think, is the timing of it. You're seeing the sodium vapor lights in orange. You're seeing the blue LED lights. You're seeing the magenta and green lights. You're seeing a marriage of color temperatures in history in these images. You won't see them today as much. You definitely didn't see them in 20 years prior because it was all tungsten or fluorescent. But you're seeing the history of light in imagery. And it was so much fun to do this. We would go up with a lot of veteran pilots, some who refused to go up that high. We were 12,000 feet high at some point. I've gotten hypoxia up there, etc. And we would see, no kidding, A380s, 747s flying under our feet. And that is pretty damn cool. This is 12,000 feet over the city. This was a once-in-a-lifetime assignment. That was the first night right there. It was freezing. And we knew we had something because we all said, I've never seen New York look like this. And luckily, you asked about sponsors. The best sponsor relationships are one that go beyond lending you gear or putting you on a stage. I got really burnt out of going on stages, to be perfectly honest. If I never have to do it again, I'm a happy man. But the silver lining to that is they spawned G Technology, the hard drive makers, sponsored AIR. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. They had me go to Barcelona and Berlin and Paris, which didn't work out, in London and somewhere else. It'll come back to me. And create these images. So that was a long-winded answer of AIR. And what's really fascinating about images like this is the pilots themselves, who are very often veteran pilots, will say, I've never seen the city look like this. I've been flying for 30 years every day over the city. This is amazing. The more funny one is how air traffic control reacts to you going up there. Because, helicopters live from 500 to 2,500 feet on average. They don't go above 5,000 feet. So 2,500 to 5,000 feet. So when you're going to 7, 10, 12,000 feet or 14,500 for Vegas, they're confused. And we absolutely get clearance before the fact, right? But they're still confused. Like, say again? How many feet are you going to? So the beauty of this for me is that you're seeing these cities in ways, and I'm flying through them because I don't want to bore you, but you're seeing, you can go to my website, Vincent Laforet.
I don't think you're boring anybody, actually.
Okay, good. Well, this is Las Vegas. It looks to me like Europe. We took us 45 minutes to fly to 14,500 feet to get far enough away from Vegas to get this image. By this point, my legs are so asleep that I had to roll the door open, and we're staring out to the most pitch black darkness I've ever seen. And the pilot said it was exactly like flying with no moon over the ocean. That's how dark it was over the desert. And I had to pick up my two legs and flop them over the side because they were completely asleep after 45 minutes. And I had to do the terrifying thing of leaning out and making sure the harness was there. I have a test every time I go in the helicopter when I use a harness, and I actually test it out. I don't want to find out 500 feet, let alone 5,000 feet, it doesn't work. And I literally said to myself, if I die doing what I love doing. And I lean out and I did it. And it was fine. Mike does his job and we're good and we're very professional and we're both pilots now. So we understand the process and the safety measures. And you get images like this. It looks like a silicon wafer, but it's actually Las Vegas seen from the edge of the desert, right? Pretty cool. 200 millimeter 1.8, and then patterns of lights outside of it. I love this stuff as much as anyone else because I'm seeing the world. You see the X's and O's on there. I don't know if you can. If you look at the original, you have to wonder, did the architects ever realize that they would have X's and O's? Like this one here, it's sort of, seen from the air. Does anyone appreciate? God damn it! So there you go. Let's answer some questions, and I'll show you some more research.
Yeah. Who's got some questions out there? Here's one here. What advice can you give on licensing images commercially and getting the right price?
Work with someone who does it for a living. You will make so much more money. Give someone a commission. I work with Nimia a lot, and a gentleman named Joel Weed, or W-E-I-D, and I always just call him Joel. And he has sold footage that I would have sold him for 10 to 20x less. So I'm happy to give them a commission. Does that make sense? I always say 100% of zero is zero. 80% of something is 80%. Does that make sense? You will likely not know how to license your stuff. And more importantly, you are the worst person to negotiate for yourself and your work most of the time because it's personal. You want to make the sale. You need to find agents who are cold-hearted beasts, who know the value of your work, who know the value of the budgets that people are working with, and can sell your work for what it's worth. Please do yourselves a favor. There's one thing you get out of this is value your work, and it's value monetarily and otherwise. If you're donating it or working with someone, do not give it away. I cannot tell you the amount of times in my career that I would have sold it for 10 to 20x less. No kidding. So I don't hear you anymore. Did I do something?
No, sorry. I was telling my wife to pan the camera slightly. My dog messed me up. Okay. And then secondarily, is it the same for cinema licensing?
Same. Yeah. Listen, I sold a piece of footage for the price of a car that I would have easily sold for a few $1,000s because it was exclusive and that was their budget for a big film. So it happens. It doesn't happen every day. It's getting harder and harder. And you knuckleheads have to stop selling stuff for a few $100s a pop. And you have to boycott these subscription services that we're all going into because you're just going to get killed. You're not going to make any money. And people will pay for your work. It costs them a certain dollar per second in a TV show or movie to have footage up on the screen. And they're prepared to pay for that because they're going to pay for it for crew and people on the ground or for your stock. So please value your work.
What are some new ways of revenue filmmakers can do that you recommend or that you're?
I think obviously self-distribution is the next thing, right? Promoting your own stock. There are people like Colin Rich and Cameron Michael and Ivan and everybody that will put videos up continuously on Facebook and Twitter, and people call them to license stuff or they get other jobs. And there's people, I won't mention them yet because they're not doing it, that are self-distributing their own films because the current model working for Netflix or Amazon can often not be the best in terms of being advantageous to you. They'll give you a few $100,000, $200,000 or $300,000 for the rights to your film, and they'll own it for 5 or 10 years or in perpetuity, and they'll make all the money and you won't. This is an industry that prides on taking advantage of people and their willingness to be in the game and in this business. And it's the biggest scourge of our industry, is that there's never a shortage of someone who will undercut you. And we need to responsibly price our stuff so we can all make a living. That's why the whole cost of doing business thing is there. You need to know what your cost of doing business is every day so you can stay in business. Anyone can buy X camera, pay for their own trip, put their own piece out once or twice if they're lucky. But, you can't do it long term. And another lesson is you never want to be the cheap person. Someone hires you the cheap guy, they will never hire you for the big assignment. It's very rare. You will always be the cheap guy.
I know Mark Toya loves editing his own work. Can you talk about like your process? Do you edit your own work or
Yes and no. A lot of clients just take it and run. I think it's incredibly important to edit your own work. And if you're not editing your own work, to sit with the editor. I cannot tell you how much I've learned by doing that. And recently with COVID, I'm editing all my own stuff and I like it. The reason I didn't do it is more a philosophical thing with the idea that one of the best things I learned at the New York Times was to work with photo editors that were more talented than me, that saw stuff in my work that I never saw. They taught me how to become a better photographer. So I'm a huge believer in collaborating with editors, whether it's still photography or whether it's video. You just have to listen to Scorsese talk about his editor or Spielberg and the relationships they've had over their careers to understand having an independent person, let alone a talented editor, is worth its weight in gold times 1,000. You as a director are your own worst enemy because you know what you were trying to achieve, and you need someone to call your BS and say, you didn't achieve it. You didn't make it. It's not working. And that was the very first lesson I learned when I started the video with Reverie, where I knew the piece sucked. Horrible. But Andre was there having edited something pretty solid, and he is responsible for that shift in my career pretty much single-handedly. I took the risk by saying edit it that way and piss someone else off that was working with me. But I had to say this edit is not interesting. And then Andre did his thing, and I owe him a lot for that.
Would you say that you are more creative or more business savvy?
Both.
And
Both.
Both. Okay. And to go with that, how do you balance?
One or the other. I cannot tell you how many creatives I see just get run over by a bus. It's been very difficult for me because I've had to hire friends, which is tough on lots of levels. It's very tough as a producer director because you're in charge of the money in the purse, and you're working with an executive producer, and you're in charge of the budget. And you see, I don't like the commercial business for one very sole reason. I love working with clients. I do often, with the clients I don't like as much, consider myself to be a very highly priced babysitter for agency/client that don't get along. And I'm being paid a lot of money when I get paid a lot of money to babysit them and play games like putting them off in Video Village and as far away from set and yada, yada, yada. I don't like that, but I can tolerate it. What I hate is the financial reality of this business, that all the money is being made above the line by producers and executive producers who are often not even on set, who sometimes are extremely involved, sometimes who are literally making one phone call to get this actor or that location, and they're getting a point or two off the film. Whereas the first AC or the camera operator or the DP that are below the line, who work a year or two of their lives on a project, get nothing. And when you hire people, it's been a long road for me to hire friends and people because I know what the budget is. Often I don't know, honestly, what the budget is. There are times when I was a director earlier on where I was just a director for a production company. They didn't tell me what the budget was ever, literally. Like, they don't say you have $300,000 or $1 million. They just say you're okay, you're under, you're over. And they don't want you to know because they're trying to protect you from creatively just doing what you want. So you ask for a Steadicam or a Technocrane if you need it, or a helicopter, and they'll tell you if they can do it. They're also trying to hide it from you because they're trying to get under as much as possible. And it's this terrible game of underages and overages where you don't want to go to the client asking for more money because you screwed up. And you want to come under. And the first time you see this as a director on your own productions, and you run your own productions, is you see what the overages and underages are. And you realize that line producers, some of the top ones, are paid based on their ability to come in under on a regular basis. They'll get $1 million budget, and they will come $300,000 to $400,000 under. And the client doesn't know that. The crew doesn't know that. The EPs and the production company knows that. And they've made $250,000, $500,000 in pure profit based on effectively overbidding or screwing crew. And that's what I have a real problem with. That is really the modus operandi. We all know there's a tremendous amount of waste in Hollywood and in production. And they're probably not supposed to talk about this, but I don't care. This is the system we work in. And they will squeeze every single crew member on their day rates and fees. Yet if an actor forgets their dog, they will not hesitate to send a Learjet to get some pills for the dog and fly it back. And that's just the reality I've seen time and time again, is that there's a two-class world, if not more, where they have no problem spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to make an actor feel comfortable. But if you as a crew member want an extra $50 a day, it's like, no, or your kit fee gets halved. And so I do want to qualify this with one thing that's very important. Having been on the other side of things, meaning producing my own stuff, I am also, when I produce something, let's say a job for Apple or whatever, I get paid usually a flat amount. And on that job that I showed you for the iPhone looking down, we had really bad weather, and I had not padded the job enough. I had actually was kind of an R&D thing, and the weather hit, and everyone had already flown in from all across the country with specialized pilots. We had a weather weekend where everyone had to fly back and come back. I got buried on that assignment. Everyone got paid. I had a 6-figure loss on that job. And I don't get to go to the crew and say, hey, guys, can you work half rate or work for free? I will never do that. But I got nailed. So as you do more and more of this, you do realize that things do go bad. You've all seen things go bad on set or for, to the no fault of anyone. And as a producer, you're left stuck with the bag. So, what I will share is I've seen production companies make $200,000 or $300,000 or more in one project, but the next project they do, they're bleeding. And it all does tend to eventually even out. So it's not as terribly terroristic or, horrible as I'm describing it. And I've had producers at some of the production companies I work with say, we're going to lose money on this commercial because we're going to use money we did on this other job you did and put it towards this one for your reel, right? So when you work with people like that, that's pretty awesome. But I do generally have a very hard time having seen behind the kimono of how productions are run and how this business is run, because it's not as transparent as it should be.
Right.
And I think that's just what, and then, truth be told, that's every business to some degree, when you're in tech and other things. But it's hard when you go from being someone below the line to being on the other side of it, where you see the financials, how things are going.
Question for you here. What kind of mounting, rigging, stabilization setup were you using for the aerials on air?
So everything, you name it, we used it. That's a good segue to some of the new work.
Almost like it was planned. It wasn't, but it was.
So let me pull this up. I'm not going to go into how I did this. You can use your imagination. It's a variety of techniques that are not as obvious as you may think. And you guys are the first person to see it. Unless you saw some G-Tech.
Let me know when you're ready to pop it up and I'll share your screen.
So here's some of the stuff I've been working on recently. I'm only showing you half the project. So
not seeing anything
here we
yet.
go. Stand by.
There we go.
So this is just standard stuff. This is 150 megapixels images. I don't know how well you can see it on here. And these are actually not the full res at night. But it gets interesting when we do stuff like
hello. Holy crap.
So we're kind of pushing the boundary of what we can do at night is the short answer with motion. I'm sorry I'm not going to go into detail. I'll tell you why I'm not going to go into detail.
There's sauce in here.
There's sauce in here. And if people who know me since like the Reverie days, I've always been the very first person to share everything. And I used to get shit from all the old timers and say, why are you, I had a DP who I love say, Vincent, don't share this shit on your blog. No, we're some of the few people in the world who know how to do this, and we need to keep that private. And I was always like, you know what? People are going to figure it out anyways. And I've had a lot of work copied or ripped off over my career. Yeah. And instead of being negative about it, I've said, well, thank you. You are forcing me to continue to evolve. Because it's the only way I can look at it. I can get mad, upset, pissed off. The truth is, I've done a lot of things in my career where, you know, it's new. And at the end of the day, I want to keep inventing and doing different stuff. So there you go. That's all I'm showing you. There's more to it. That was a sneak peek.
Wild. So how do you, I mean, it's always when I see stuff from you, it's always like new. It's never been done. How are you, or is that how you feel? You don't want ever, you don't want to get complacent? What is it that you think about?
I have one rule, which is never to repeat myself or do something I've seen before. What's the point? You know, and that is from, I think it's actually a mental problem of sorts, and I'm not kidding. Like, I refuse to do repetitive tasks. I can't stand it. Whether it's in life, I am the guy who will spend 14 hours writing a script for a computer to do something that probably would have taken me an hour to do manually. But the fact that it was stupid and can be done by a machine manually drives me nuts. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I'm often doing the math going like, why am I know it's just do it. But no, I got to find the interesting way of doing it. I get bored very easily. So my basic rule in my work has been to never repeat myself and to look for imagery that no one else has done before. And it comes from a lot from my New York Times background. I was very fortunate to win some big awards when I was young, which is a very big curse for a lot of reasons, and for working for the New York Times. Because the New York Times at the time was the job to get. If you wanted to pick a photography job in the world, you would pick Time Magazine, maybe Newsweek, but not really, National Geographic, Sports Illustrated, and the New York Times. And that was it. As far as newspapers went, it was the New York Times. No one wanted to work at the LA Times as much. Of course they did, but it wasn't the same, right? Even the Washington Post, which is a fabulous newspaper, had some of the better photographers than the New York Times even. Wasn't the dream of the majority of people. And what that translated into is every time you would show up somewhere, you literally had a target painted on your back. Literally. Every photographer that worked for a wire service, their job was to get their images in the Times that was not your image as a staffer. Their job was to kick your ass. And it led to some very interesting relationships and friendships that were good and bad because of that, mostly good. Same goes for every other newspaper guy. They want to have a better picture in their paper than what you have in the New York Times because they, you know, a lot of people want to be at the Times. Like that was my dream job. It was the pinnacle of that career. And then I won some awards where, you know, the worst thing that possibly happened to you is to win Photographer of the Year when you're 25. It is, bar none, looking back, the worst thing. The reason being, without going too much into it, is that you really have a target painted on your back. You go home with a piece of acrylic that night, and the next morning, everyone says, that's a photographer you're having to kill. You know, and New York is a very competitive space with very sharp elbows, like down to violence sometimes. And you've got the best photographers competing for the image of the day. And it's very stressful to go in day out and try to hold up that level of quality. So the rules I live by were very simple. If I saw group photographers there, even if that was the image, I would immediately turn around and go in the opposite direction. It's a simple thing to do. But if I ever found there was more than one or two photographers where I was, I would move. Even if I had set up that image. And it came over time where people recognized who I worked with, et cetera, and they would literally follow me, you know, like puppy dogs sometimes. And I have to like shake them off. I'm not kidding. But even if they found me, I would move again. Because, I don't know, it was like a self-preservation thing of like, I want to find a different image. I don't want to shoot something I've seen before. And, you know, very often I would look at imagery and it was a fantastic image. And so I'd say, what do you think? I said, well, I've seen it before. You know, that image I've never seen before. And that's what I was tried for as a creative. What's the point of doing it again? Because I've never done before. I can never be a chef. You know, I can't. To me, it is, I love cooking and I would love the idea of having a restaurant. And I would love the idea of being the chef that invents the dishes, which is what happens, and the sous chefs execute. But if I had to execute the same dish every day, that is Dante's Ninth Circle of Hell for me, for that reason.
What percentage of stuff do you come up with, like, oh, I don't think I've ever seen this before, that you find, in your investigations, oh, it's been done many times? Does that happen a lot, or is it?
What was the original question? I was reading the comments.
So like you're thinking about air, and you've never seen air. So then you start doing a deep dive and discovering whether it actually has or has not been done. Is there a lot of that you find your ideas are already been done, you just never saw them, or?
No, because I'm sure they have, and you got to be careful. Like, I've never claimed I'm the first guy to shoot at night from the air at high altitude. I don't want to be that guy. That's, but I've never seen it done. In the same way that when tilt shift stuff came out, tilt shift was been around for a long time, and it was popular in the 70s. But from the 70s to the 2006s or so, no one really touched tilt shift from above. And there were 1 to 2 to maybe 3 of us in that time period that mess with tilt shift. And for me, I mean, I'll be very honest with my creative process. I don't wake up in the morning and go, today I will do the tilt shift from the helicopter, and this is what I will reinvent. For me, it's generally I get in a helicopter and I'm bored, and I go, oh, I've shot so much crap with a 24-70 or a 50 or whatever, and I say, well, what would it look like with a tilt shift lens? Or what would the Kentucky Derby look like with a tilt shift lens? This is a remote camera down here. If you go back to the image that the screen sharing.
Sorry.
That's very lucky. This is a 45 millimeter on the Kentucky Derby. That's a remote camera. It's pre-focused. It's a real challenge to guess. And if you can look careful, you'll see it's focused on the one horse with the winning jockey pumping his fist, right? That is the stuff you dream of. That's luck. But is it luck or preparation and blah, 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 and experience? I don't know. It's all a combination of all the above. This is the first time BMX was done in the Olympics. These are houses in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Very surreal. Again, a buggy. A whole series was done on this for about a year or two. A magazine called Play, it's no longer around, from the New York Times, sent me to do the series after I pitched to them. And, took an image like this of Teterboro Airport with a tilt shift. And back to your original question, I think it's a pathological disease on my end to refuse to do it the same way. It's just that simple. And I think, if you take one thing from what I do, is I can't really give you any nuggets of wisdom necessarily, but I can tell you, if you just refuse to do stuff the same way you've done every day or seen it before, you might start to strike gold. And sometimes it'll be purposeful. Other times it'll be out of sheer stupidity, error, or exhaustion. Like at the Olympics, one time, I'm not going to be able to find the image, but I, instead of shooting 1/4 of a second, I shot a 1/4 of a second for half an hour. I looked at every image, it was blurry. But guess what? There were some jewels in there. And within about 20 minutes, the entire row of photographers said they were shooting a 1/4 of a second, right? And we all had fun with it. And it was gorgeous. And it was very different looking, that with tack sharp stuff. And that's just, again, that was stupid, dumb luck. But not, just, you gotta be willing to do something different. Make sense?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I got tired of making images like this for several reasons. This is Katrina. I was the first photographer to get images out of Katrina. And the backstory was I was at US Open, and they asked me to go down to New Orleans, and I flew to Houston that night, landed. There was a fantastic reporter from the New York Times named Ralph Blumenthal in, I think it was Baton Rouge. I forget where we landed. And we drove, and we heard that the FEMA was going down from Texas, a group from FEMA of volunteers going down. And we merged with them, and we did basically a column again of
vehicles into New Orleans the morning after it hit, in the middle of the night. And a helicopter lands, and the FEMA photographer's about to get in, and they only have enough fuel to send it up once because everything is really rationed. And just like in the movies, like in the Scorsese movie, I pull the FEMA head out and say, listen,
please put me up in the helicopter. I'll give you the images that she would get for you in terms of what you need for like tactical reasons. I'll just give you everything. But I'll also send images to the rest of the world for free. Like it's called pooling it, meaning I won't own it, the New York Times won't own it. It's public work. And that way you get what you need, and I can show the rest of the world what's happening here, because it was unbelievable. And they bought it. The photographer never talked to me again. They put me up in the helicopter. And I'll never forget how ashen-faced everyone was in the helicopter. So we were seeing stuff like this. And the helicopter was flying pretty aggressively. And I told the pilot to slow down here. And I remember thinking about how it must feel to be this woman in a basket, leaving your entire life's belongings and the jeans and white shirt below. And it was the toughest assignment I've ever done. This was at the end of my photojournalism career. I witnessed the best and worst of humanity, some pretty surreal sights. And frankly, it did me in. This is my last photojournalism assignment. I last another year. But when you see stuff like this, there was a fantastic photographer named Tyler Hicks from the New York Times, won multiple Pulitzers, covered conflicts for a living, good friend of mine. I called him one day and said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm going to get some water." And I'm like, "You're going to get some water where?" He's like, "I'm going to get some water in the pool next door." And I'm like, "All the water I've seen from the air has chemicals in it, or the pools are green." He's like, "Yeah, man, I don't know." He was completely knocked off mentally from this. And this is a guy who covers war after war after war. It hit me too, because you saw stuff like this. This is the luggage conveyor belt at Delta. And I think they changed terminals recently, but until just a few years ago, I would always end up on this goddamn conveyor belt years after having seen this scene. And when you see, a woman like that on the conveyor belt, that could be your mom, that is someone's mom, it's really hard to take that image. I mean,
Right.
You're struggling not to throw up in your mask. You're struggling not to cry. You're sheepishly asking access to take pictures because you're not supposed to be there. This is a triage area. And you see shit like this and it transforms you forever. And it makes the front page of the New York Times and every single magazine. You don't give a shit at your photograph. You care that people are seeing this, because goddamn, when you went back the next day, everything was changed. There was like 10x National Guard and people. And, people got a really rude wake-up call that morning when they saw that picture and how bad New Orleans was. So as a journalist, you're kind of doing a public duty, right? And that's what the job was about at the time. And my point is, you can only take these images so much. These images are based, sure, on light and color and composition. They're really based on moments and, seeing a lot of misery and sometimes beautiful moments, right? But after a while, it rides on you. That's why I think I steered away from photojournalism after about 15 years in it. There are highlights like this. I hung out with George Carlin. It was supposed to be a 5 or 10 minute photo shoot in his hotel room. We chatted for 4 hours with him ordering Pepsi from room service, because he found what I did fascinating. He wanted to know everything about where I'd been, what I did. He was bored. Like, he's probably waiting to go on a set at 10 o'clock that night, right? And here I was at 11 a.m. in his hotel room. We chatted. It was a fantastic conversation. And I made him laugh, which is the most amazing thing I've ever done, right? And I gravitated away from news and more towards imagery that I think is a bit more graphical and coordinated and studied, and it's all about light and color. And that's why I love film for the most part, is trying to continue with that. I'm not showing you'll notice any of my video work here, which is fine. You could probably share with them. I mean, let me try to play one thing.
That will play. That will play.
And you want me to turn the volume off though, right?
Yeah, or bring it way, way down. Because
this will definitely get knocked out for a copyright violation.
For sure.
So this is my first big commercial for Nike.
Yep.
The wonderful backstory to this is Kobe Bryant had a broken ankle. So everything you see of Kobe is of him sitting, and we're moving the camera around him as opposed to having him move. So I stole from Spielberg from the scene from Empire of the Sun where he moves around the plane to make it look like the kid is actually flying in a plane that's grounded. And I told the client, I said, listen, this is the Richard Sherman stuff I mentioned. We can do this by moving the camera around Kobe. As long as he can sit, we'll move the camera and make it look like he's doing a layup by booming the Technocrane down at full speed. So it looks like he's rising. Make sense? And this was a great commercial to work on, but I lost a month of my life on this because the client and the agency did not get along. That's the one thing I don't like about commercial work
Interesting.
sometimes. I'm very proud of the work. And I also co-directed this with someone who was difficult, who did not understand camera work, but definitely was great with athletes, right? But
Right.
it was a bit of a struggle. So
This commercial is genius, and also it's a thorn in my side because I've got a friend. He and I he does a lot of running shoes stuff,
Yes.
and so we were just shooting kind of a little spec commercial, and every shot I was like, shit, it just looks like Vincent's. I can't. We got to change this. It always ended up with the same thing. I wanted to hit the shoe right on the beat. It's just damn it, it's Vincent's.
I mean, listen, at some point, like I said, everything is somewhat formulaic in what we do. And it goes back to the original point of doing things differently, which is you have to refuse to do it the same. Otherwise, your work's going to be derivative. And there's nothing more than I hate than derivative work. The one thing that gets my blood boiling is when someone claims credit for something they've done that they did not originate, or just not give credit. And if you study Spielberg or Scorsese, they are the ultimate film students, and they call paying homage. But they say it out loud. They tell you, I'm paying homage to this director or that shot or that scene. I have total respect for that. Because we're all building upon the same cinematic language and going back to that directing motion tour that we mentioned. It's all derivative stuff. And Richard Moriarty, who's like one of the best operators in LA, works every day, is still using some of that stuff on his reel, which is like the ultimate compliment, right? And, at the end of the day, you're never going to really control your career or what happens or what you shoot. The only thing you can control is a refusal to duplicate yourself or someone else's work. If all you're doing is copying other people's work or stuff you've seen before, you're not creating, you're not pushing the envelope. And when you push the envelope and you do create something different that's original, people recognize. I've had the chance to speak to a lot of interesting people who are big names. I'm not going to name drop. I already may name drop like JJ and Alfonso, but meeting Cuarón and having him say literally, "You're that guy who did that taxi shot, aren't you, with the movie?" And Timur and I did that together, Timur Savan. And Timur tells me that they're teaching that move in film school, which is incredibly flattering, right? But at the end of the day, we didn't go into it saying, let's make sure they teach this move in film school. We just said, how can we tell this as best we can? How can we do something fun that's difficult, that's different, that's original? And we're in a stage with social media and Twitter and all this BS where too many people are just flat out copying people or ripping off and claiming it to be their own. And you know what that does the most damage to? Themselves. Because everyone in the business knows what they're doing. Anyone who knows anything recognizes it. And you might be able to fool all the people who do not know about the business or the history of photography or video or film. But those of us who are in it know exactly what you're doing. And the truth is, we probably don't respect you at all. Whereas you may be someone who no one recognizes, doesn't know their name, never heard of them. But if you shoot something interesting today that no one's seen, trust me, they will forge your work around. Spielberg saw Reverie, and I gotta know. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. I shot a stupid Cologne commercial on my weekend with 4 friends, and that happened. Like, has invited animators from Pixar because he loved moves that they had in their animations, in their cartoons, quote unquote, and respected their work and their vision and invites to meet them because to him, he's a geek like us. So anyways.
Going back with something that you said on the Nike commercial, you said you lost a month of your life out of that. How do you balance life and work and business and creativity?
You work on it every day. There's really no trick. You know what? I'll give you the most simple and honest answer that I can give you or anyone in this business that asks me the question. It's a choice. You are going to choose to be with your family. You're going to choose to be at your son's second or third birthday party, or you're not. You're going to find the assignment you're doing to be a career changer or not. It's going to be a choice. My view on it as a 45-year-old guy is there's no assignment in the world that's worth missing something important in your family. Does that mean I did that when I was in my 20s and 30s? No, I was just as stupid as all of you guys were. And I was like, I can't miss this assignment. This is a career-changing assignment, yada, yada, yada. No, it's not. Here, that's my son and a lot younger, and my daughter. These are the most important things I ever created. And you know what? If I were to lose all of my video and imagery tomorrow to some crazy occurrence, at 45, I don't really know that I would care. If I lost all my images of my kids, I can tell you, because it's happened once. Someone who formerly worked for me sent me a one-of-a-kind hard drive in a box with no padding, an 8 terabyte drive with original images of my kids. You know,
I know that. Yeah.
that made such an impact on me that person was the final straw and no longer works. I mean, I'm not like that. You know, I don't. You're fired. That's not my type. But that had such an emotional impact on me that, you know, these two, and now I have 3, are the most important things to me. So, back to the original question, you have to make a decision to have a personal life or a professional life. Now, what you're going to strive for is balance. You're going to strive for balance between the two and make sure you get the best balance you can. And that balance in general, I think, is the single hardest thing in life, whether it's physical, your body, whether it's mental, whether it's career, whether it's personal, whether it's creative. Finding that balance, even at releasing a product, I think is the single most challenging thing in life. That's what makes it so important to seek after.
Piggybacking on that conversation of losing data, with all the imagery that you have collected over the years, what is your file management process and backup solution?
Sure. So I don't think it's complex, but it probably is. I have all these drives here. I don't know if you can see them, but I have 300 terabytes online in my office right now. The most important thing is I have a 14 terabyte shuttle, and in it, I have a Dropbox folder. And every single image that I take, or every single asset that I take, whether it's personal, or here, this is when Ivan was here, the moment I shoot it, it is copied to the cloud. And if you go to, just gotta be careful not to reveal any stupid stuff from clients.
Yeah, I can hide if you need to.
Let's try to not do that and have a bad day out of something.
I've got you hidden now, so you can.
Oh, you can put it back. It's fine. But basically, I have everything on Dropbox, and I have 21 terabytes, I believe, in sites. 22.1 terabytes online. Okay. I pay either $1,000 or $1,500 a year. It's worth every penny. I also have this stuff on Dropbox, and then I also have it on LTO tape, and I also have it on Frame.io. And I was
going to say, are you starting to?
I'm just telling you that this is a piece of my workflow that I have been looking for. So every single video that I have on Vimeo is now on Frame.io. You asked about workflow. I think it's okay for me to share this because it's coming live, I think today or tomorrow. I just did a piece on my workflow. Okay, and
nice.
Show you a little bit of what the office looks like. I'll just play it. And you can see, I use ShotPut Pro, and those are my G-Speed XLs on the left that are spinning, and the SSD. And I go from the shuttle on SSDs with, either some of them have red readers built in, and the SSDs then get copied onto the spinning drives and onto Dropbox. And then those are Thunderbolt 3. They go from Thunderbolt 3 to Thunderbolt 2. So I have like hot storage on my SSD and on Dropbox. And then on Dropbox itself, it goes from live, that syncs down, to cold on Dropbox. It doesn't sync because you have selective sync on Dropbox, so if you're following me. And then it goes from the SSD to online media on my hard drives. And then it goes to offline, and then it goes to archive. So it's like 4 different levels. I used to copy LTO tape later on. Now I do it right now. Multiple copies. And just to show you how anal I am, when I copy a CF card or SSD from Red or whatever it is, it gets copied to the Dropbox, which uploads it up to Dropbox online on the cloud, and then back down to another G-Tech shuttle in New York City. So I have 2 physical locations, LA and New York, and the cloud, and my hard drives, and my LTO, and my backup. And then Frame.io takes it a whole different level where it's all here, and I'm starting to populate this.
I was going to ask you, with Frame.io's 3.6.
And here are all the files for my reel. So if a client asked for them, I can easily put, all of my, commercials that I've shot, every single piece I've ever put up publicly, so, you get the idea. It's all here. And there it is. So that's the long answer to my workflow. The key is to never have only one copy and to back up immediately and to use fast drives and not take shortcuts, because we all take shortcuts and we all get burned.
With the Frame.io 3.6 update, are you looking now more towards Frame.io than Dropbox?
My ideal workflow would be both for redundancy. It didn't cost me anything to drag something onto a folder, but you can't really navigate or share anything that's on your Dropbox. And you can share it, you can't navigate or organize it. So I'm trying to go to an all an all Frame.io workflow.
Yeah.
Because especially I use Resolve to edit, and I love communicating with the clients and being able to see the comments in my timeline and in my viewers as I go. That's pretty awesome.
Frame.io has nailed it for sure. Question here. I would love to get into aerial work. How do I even get started?
You can't. It's too busy. Don't do something else. It's
been done.
Yeah, we got too many people doing it. Go photograph Playboy models. Listen, it's a very tough business to crack into, because there are very few. I can count on one hand the amount of people that do it, do it regularly, and it's a very exclusive club because it's very expensive. It's $20,000 a day minimum, usually 30 to 50 grand a day by the time you have the crew that shot over in the year time. So it's a tough nut to break because of the cost. I like to say that anyone can shoot aerials, even a blind person. It's so easy to shoot beautiful stuff from up there because the world is just so gorgeous. Now, finding a way to do something original or different is the hard part. Anyone can point a camera on the ground. Anyone can fly in a straight line. It doesn't take a lot of talent to just fly an aircraft along its path, or to do a turn or a rotation. Trying to make imagery that's different and it induces emotion or feeling is really tough from the air. So that's the challenge, is how do you do it differently? Anyone can pop up a drone up there. And the truth is, on a lot of assignments, drones are better tools than full-size helicopters. So I would say the easiest way to get started is probably definitely with drones, and not with full-size helicopters. Learn lighting, color. If I were to share one thing I've had a lot of conversations about in terms of, why I shoot aerials, I think artists, their brains are recognize pattern. I feel comfortable when I see patterns align. I feel physically uncomfortable when things don't line up. And I translate that into the work that I do. And I'm constantly looking for pattern, shape, perspective lines, rule of thirds, all the basic artistic things, or lack of pattern, like in this image. Finding ways to capture color and light differently. And that's my goal in the air. Anyone could just fly a helicopter in a straight line, or hover, or zoom into an image. And then you get into a complexity of flying with a pilot that is fantastic, whether it's Aaron Fitzgerald or Kevin LaRosa. That, the best thing I can share with you is, I'll share with you, if I can find it real quickly, something I shot with Kevin LaRosa. And what this was, just to get, you asked me how to get into this. He had to bring the helicopter out to Las Vegas with a shot over on it. And he called me one day and said, "Hey, I got to go to Las Vegas with a shot over. You want to fly with me in the back seat?" And I was like, hell yeah. And what we shot was, and of course I'll never find this, LES.
Not yes, but hell yes.
Okay, forget it. Let's see if I can find a friend of my own. So I shot this with him, and what I'm trying to show you, if I can find LAS. Here we go. See? That one's uploading. So let's not do that one. I'm currently not logged in. What in the world? Okay, hold on. Stand by. I'm back
No
on.
problem.
This
Again, if you have questions for Vincent, put them down below. We'll get to them.
Yeah, guys, I'll stay as long as you guys got questions, and if you don't, I'll pop off.
I mean, you can be Vincent's very blunt, so he'll tell you exactly how he feels. So feel free to ask, reasonable questions, but questions that might get a blunt answer. That's fine. Pat's worried because you're closing in on 3 hours.
This is what we grabbed, flying together from LA to Las Vegas. No flight plan per se, no shot list. And what I love about this is Kevin and I communicate without words somehow. We don't say, can you do a counterclockwise pivot around that point at a 30-degree bank at 80 knots? We both can communicate like that, and I do that with certain pilots and say, I need you to, lower at 100 feet per minute on a 090 heading from 5,000 feet to 4,500 feet and decelerate as you go, right? You can be super specific with pilots, and you have to be at times. The beauty about Kevin is he'll say, you see that? I'm like, uh-huh. And we'll fly towards it, and we'll nail it. And we'll have a really complex shot. I say, hey, you see that thing at 3 o'clock? Oh, yeah, that's cool. Boom, and we nail it. And when you find that, you never want to lose it. It's very rare. It's like a relationship. And that's what you want to find with pilots. And you'll find good pilots in the most unexpected places. The guys and the women who work on power lines can be very amazing pilots because they're lowering guys onto literal power lines. And some people have great eyes. Kevin and Aaron have fantastic eyes. And the issue is you can get intimidated as a DP or a photographer or a director because you're being a real pain in the ass in the back seat saying, yeah, we're too far to the left, too far to the right, too far up. Sometimes because your composition is off by 1 or 2 degrees, literally. But they see it or they respect it. And when you're trying to hit the Empire State Building on Manhattan, dead center of the shot over, you're trying to hit it dead center. And if you're 50 feet or 20 feet to the left or the right on a wide angle or even on a 70, you can see the distortion. And you're not happy. And guess what? Kevin's not happy. He'll get shots sometimes where I'm like, that was great. He's like, no, we were off by 5 feet. And I'm like, God, I love you for that. Because it goes back to that anal thing I was talking about striving for perfection. I don't want to kind of get the shot. I don't want to get almost there. I want to nail it. I want no one to come after me to do better.
I've been asked, are you running a feed to Kevin so he can see what you're filming?
Yeah, so we're both shooting off the same monitors, right? He's got to do double duty. He's flying and looking at the feed always. He's keeping very close attention to not getting his skids in the way. That's what I think Mark mentioned this in his thing. Kevin and other pilots are incredible at not getting their skids in the way, which means that he's not just piloting a complex move. He's piloting a complex move specifically thinking about at what the start and stop of the move is going to be. He's crabbing his helicopter at a different angle. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
He can fly in a straight line, but he'll fly at a 30-degree crabbed angle because he knows you want to rotate right 70 degrees at the end of the shot, right? And that's what makes him so special and so good and such a good collaborator. And that's why you keep flying with them because you find that kind of and Aaron is as anal, if not more, than I am. And Aaron's also a photographer. He flies mostly. And he actually makes vodka and stuff with his friend and is the Red Bull helicopter. His life doesn't suck too bad. Pretty good guy, fantastic pilot.
Did
This
you?
is what I'll come back from a 2-hour flight, so you can see, for example.
Right. Did you want to become a pilot to help communicate with the pilots, or was it just something you always wanted to do?
I wanted to go a pilot because if something went wrong up there, I wanted to land the aircraft, to be perfectly blunt. There have been horror stories of pilots having heart attacks. And
if you're flying with Mark Toya, you want to be able to.
Oh God, you definitely need to be a pilot if you're in a plane with Mark Toya. That's a survival skill. Like, when you climb on a plane with Mark Toya, they ask you for your FAA license or they want you board. But I just wanted to have the ability to know how to land the damn aircraft. And I know enough how to land a helicopter, and obviously I don't have my rotary license yet. I'll probably get it. But moves like this, right, they're not that great, but we're not coordinating. We're not talking. It's all just working. We're just having fun on a way flying from LA to Las Vegas for a trade show. And back to our prior point, we get to Vegas and we were supposed to shoot Vegas as part of Air LA in motion, right? Because the helicopter's there, spent a few $1,000s to get it up for an hour or two. The winds were so high that it was a total bust. I never got to shoot a single thing. But I brought 3 copies of that Air book that you have with me. And I went up to the Airbus counter, introduced myself, and I said, hello, is there anyone here from PR? And the French women were like, no, 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 blah, 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 no, 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 and no, and no, and no. And then I went into my little French frog talk, and I said, bonjour, je suis français, blah, blah. Oh, you are French? Oh, okay, well, yes. There's a guy here. He's actually the head of all marketing. Let me see if maybe he can be bothered to come and say hello, because we are not going to talk to anybody. And the guy comes up, named Yves Baril, and he's actually in charge of like all of Airbus media and stuff. And I said, hey, I just wanted to share this book with you. I just did this project called Air, and I'm not sure there's already an opportunity for us to collaborate, but I want you to be aware that every single thing in this book was shot in an Airbus helicopter. He's like, oh, okay, very nice. Thank you for the book, and go screw off. And then that night, he flew back, or the day after, to Paris, and he wrote me like a 10-page email because he was paging through the book. So you never know, right? I guess what I'm trying to say, how do you find work? And I have done some work directly for Airbus. In fact, he has sponsored some other stuff and done some gigs for him because I was stupid enough to bring that book with me. And even though my original kind of jump in the helicopter with Kevin thing was a bust because of the weather, I was able to meet Yves there, and here was the big payoff. I just want to jump to it from flying with Kevin. It'll appear in a second. The best thing I can tell you guys is just go out and goddamn shoot. Just shoot. Stop thinking too much. Don't do what I do. I think too much. I blab too much. I'm worried about stuff. Just go out and shoot if you can. The problem for a lot of us is you get to a certain level where you can't just go out and shoot anymore. You got to have crew. You got to have concepts. Your clients are expecting a certain level of work. So I can't just grab a camera most of the time and randomly shoot stuff that would help my career at this point. That's why it gets harder. But if you don't have that pressure and that problem, by all means, just go out and pick up a camera and shoot. It's what all the fantastic time-lapse shooters specialize in. Like Colin Rich could shoot anything he wants, but he specializes in aerials and time-lapse right now. And people like Joe Capra or Dustin Cuckoo, who's definitely gone from working with Tom Lowe to being his own filmmaker and doing some really high-end projects, or obviously Cameron Michael and Timur and all the guys, because they just go out and shoot. And Timur will shoot stuff with his wife, who's a dancer, and do films. And that's what I call winning, as opposed to being on those conference calls. And this is where we got the gold at the end of this, where no one photographs this early in the morning when the sun is low and you get these incredible reflections off the mirrors. And what a treat that was, So, again, go out and shoot.
Let's see here. Where was it?
Oh my God! 3 hours. Patrick's giving me shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's already commenting. When did you make the switch to Resolve for editing? I'm assuming.
I made the switch for different reasons. You might assume. I like grading. I can spend a week on a 30-second spot color correcting, and I learned from. I'm blank on his name. This fantastic colorist, Alex. He did a commercial for Apple, where he did, not for Apple. He was featured by Apple. Did a commercial from Jaguar, and he actually would paint the headlights of all the cars by hand, obsessively. And I saw that, and I was like, "Oh, that's my type of dude." Alex Bickel. There you go. Really cool dude. Another guy we worked with named Andrew Francis, and I love grading. I can spend literally hours doing this stuff. And so that's my primary use for Result. And I've come to edit in it, and I do everything in it now, because especially now with stuff like Frame.io integration, and it's one-stop shop. I will not get involved in a very complex edit. I would hire an editor for that. All the stuff I can do, like the little video you saw from G-Tech, I did all that myself. Not that complicated. If you had to travel the world with one stills camera, what would it be? Leica with a 35 f2. That's it. That's what I do. So the best lens. Don't get the 1.4. Everyone that has a 1.4, I look down on them. Sorry, Ivan. Because the whole principle of, and I don't know, I'm just giving Ivan shit, but if he's still there,
he's here.
35 1.4 is too big. Is he still there?
Oh yeah, Ivan.
The 35 1.4 is too big, and anyone I see with a 50-10, I want to hit in the back of the head. If you could put me on the screen for a sec.
Oh, absolutely.
This is my Leica. This is my gun. This is for fun. 35 1.2, relatively small. You can put it in a pocket during the winter. You can put it around you. This is what I photograph 95% of my personal photography with. That's not an iPhone. It's the perfect lens combination, and I've tried them all, and I will swear by it. So 35 f2 on a Leica M. Right now the M10 or the M10 monochrome. If I had to pick a still camera combination, it would be a Sony or Canon with a 24-70. You can photograph almost the entire world with that, whether it's motion or stills. And a 7200 if you want to be fancy, and 1124 you're going to be fancier, and a 500 f4. If I had to do it on an IQ4 or GFX, it would be a 35 and maybe an 80 or a 110. On a red, the 25 through to 24 290, 25 300 Fujinon, 1885 for night, and but basically the 10 by or 12 by zoom. And for still and prime lenses, it's a tougher one. Like the 20 to 120 zoom from Fujinon is pretty amazing in the cabrios. But there's nothing like, I shoot differently when I shoot on prime lens. The best lesson I learned when I was a kid, when I was 15, is I did not have money to buy anything. So, I've been through a lot of ups and downs in my family, for my life, where they had some money and then no money, and then some money and no money. But what was interesting about it is that you learn to be very independent. And my father gave me a Nikon F3 with a 50 mil, and that was all I was ever given, right? Everything else from that point I bought myself by shooting weddings and bar mitzvahs, one lens at a time. And the beauty of that is you learn discipline, and you learn how to shoot the shit out of that one lens because it's the only freaking lens you have. And you learn exactly how close you can bring a 24 and how far you can shoot it. Same with a 35 and a 50. And I'll show like this imagery here. This series from Iceland was all shot on a fixed lens, on that little DxO1, because I know what you can and cannot shoot with that focal length from years of doing it. This thing looks like, let's see if I can find it. Stand by. This is what that thing is. It's an attachment that goes onto your iPhone, right? And this entire series was shot with that one fixed lens over 10 days. And you can bring a 24 to a 2-shot. You can get as far as this, but not further. And you know how to use compression and distance and lighting to make this entire series work off of that one lens. And this is the equivalent, I believe, of a 24, maybe 28. I don't remember. But my point, the original point, is that when you only have one lens, you learn the in and outs of it and exactly where it breaks and where it excels. You learn how far to back yourself up to a corner of a room because you don't have a wider angle lens. You learn about fall off and apertures, and you understand that shooting most lenses between f4 and 2.8 and maybe 5.6 is a sweet spot. And you learn when to push the 50 to 1.4 or 1.2 versus shooting at 2 or 2.5, 2.8, and how that's going to affect your background because you really study it. I learned the days of Chrome where I would shoot pictures in my closet with a TTL flash and hold note cards up of -1/3, -2/3, -3/4 on the EV correction on the strobe, and I'd wait a week to get the film back from Kodak. And that's how I learned to shoot strobe, because we didn't have digital. You guys have amazing tools now, but a lot of people don't have the discipline because the tools you have these days are so incredible compared to what I grew up with. You couldn't shoot past sunset when I grew up. Just the film wasn't sensitive enough. You couldn't shoot the aerials I do today. It's impossible physically. And that's discipline we learned. To know that you can shoot this image, that image, and this image with the same lens. and that's about as far as you can get in, right? And it's more or less of a function of minimal. It's not minimal focus. It's also how to use it. And what I actually do with a lot of students when I used to teach, I would actually tape up their lens. So if they had a zoom lens, I would actually gaffer tape it at 24 and say, come back in a week and learn to use it at 24. I don't know that you can learn well with a zoom. There's no discipline in it. That's all I have to say about that.
So you talked a couple of times about basically various stories that you've done where you brought your Airbook to Airbus to try to get something out of that, like business or what have you. What is, what is your methodology, or what would you tell people on how to get jobs or to score jobs or to win jobs or bid jobs or
I think the best example is Mark Toy, who's been in the business for about 75 years. And he's still hustling today. He still sends his stuff out. He still, does marketing and for himself. There are very few people in the business who don't know how much of a punk Mark Toya is because he's shot everything. And he's a well-known name, and you would think he could rest on his laurels, but he doesn't. And I think the two methodologies are back to the basics. Extremely hard work, never giving up, constantly marketing yourself, which we all hate, and let the work do the talking.
Right.
The work speaks for itself. That striving to find different imagery that's original will help you get there versus derivative work versus copycat or unoriginal work or uninspired work. And I almost respect the effort more than the end result as well. I don't care who you are, what your name is, what year you had, how much money you had. It doesn't matter. The question is, did you execute? So very often in my career, these aerial images were all shot with an iPhone, prototype iPhone. It doesn't matter. I think the images, for the most part, stand on their own, right? Some of them are just boring. But but the idea, again, is let the work do the talking. And lastly, the discipline of just the hardest part for all of us is, and this was the hardest part for me transferring to answer someone's earlier question, how do you go from being a still photographer to video? That was not as hard as going from being a photojournalist to being a commercial entity. Because as a photojournalist, you were taught specifically to not talk about yourself. You would say it's about the people in your images, not about you. And that's very true when you do stuff like this. Here, actually, this works. When you're photographing someone in these moments, and you talk about your work and your eye, you really quickly sound like an ass. Because these are people going through the hardest times of their life. And you're fortunate enough to be there. I mean, can you imagine this scene? These are people in luggage carts at Louis Armstrong Airport. I had this great mentor who wasn't really as close a mentor as I wish he could have been, named Jonathan Newton, who's a Washington Post photographer. And we did a lot of what we call portfolio critiques with young students. And there's the old saying by Joe Capper that says, when your photos aren't good enough, because you're not close enough, right? The other one that is one from Jonathan Newton, where he would say, as you criticize your work or your portfolio, and you would go get down and depressed or, shaken a bit by it, he would say, it's not about you, it's about the pictures. Meaning, in two ways. One, it's not about you, it's about what's in your pictures. But two, I'm criticizing your pictures and your work, not you. And I found it very, very difficult. And due to this day, I have a very tough time. That's why I say I don't like public speaking that much. When you're put on a stage, on a Canon stage at NAB, you're like a little monkey. You're a pet monkey being put up there to shill stuff. And it's easy when it's the 5D Mark II and you're legitimately fascinated by it. And you really believe in it. But when the products come out that don't follow up after that, that's part of the reason I stopped working with Canon, to be blunt. Because the products were not up to, I wasn't using them at the simplest level. You know, I needed something that was better. And I frankly was shooting everything on red. And after a few years, I said, guys, I can't go up on stage anymore. Yes, I still use the 5D. Yes, I still use the 6300, etc. But I'm shooting everything on red. And, you know, and it's my simple rule, like talk about what you do, not what you want to do, or you can talk about what you want to do, but be true to yourself. And it's very hard being on a stage and doing that stuff, because you have to have a lot of confidence. And the truth is, every artist that I know, including myself, is insecure. We all doubt our work and our originality. If any of us were normal and confident, we'd be salespeople, not artists.
Very true.
We all, I mean, I cannot tell you how much of this work that I'm showing you now I hated when I shot. Like, literally hated. And I go back to it years later and go, damn, that wasn't that bad. That was actually quite nice. But at the time, I found fault in it. I thought I was inadequate in this way or that. But that's disease is what makes you push the limit. That discomfort that you related to a little bit earlier, where you said that, you know, if you're comfortable doing what you're shooting, you're not pushing the envelope at all.
Right.
And I got to the point with the blog, and especially with being on stage, where I dreaded telling the same stories, but I also dreaded, like Canon for me, listen, like, I really want to make this really clear. Canon changed my career. Canon, and when I left the New York Times from a staff position to being a freelancer, if it weren't for Canon, I would have made it the first year, because I spoke, you know, a lot for them. The people at Canon are fantastic. The engineers are fantastic. The only criticism I had with them is that, and this could be said of many companies, is they were very corporate. And they were like, well, what do you mean you can't get on stage and talk about X, Y, and Z? And they'd be like, well, I don't think it's that good. What? You know? And I'm like, or I don't find it interesting. They're like, well, we need to put someone on stage. Why can't you get on stage? And I'm like, I could get on stage, but I don't want to get on stage. And, you know, with getting on stage comes all the ribbing from your friends, you know, and you take it and you deserve it, you know, and that's fine. But, you know, just because you're on stage doesn't mean you like being on stage. And I definitely wasn't for me. However, when I'm passionate about something, whether it's technology or a piece of gear, whether it was the Movi, there's never a single time I got on stage showing the Movi work or the 5D work that I wasn't 5 years later still excited about it and what it did. And I felt that, and it was legitimate, and I loved it. It's just when it becomes a business. And I'll segue. This is some of the stuff I mentioned earlier for Apple for the iPad Pro launch. It gets worse today with social media, because you should be wary of anybody who is receiving gear or shilling stuff. That's a bad word, but talking about gear, because if they have any integrity whatsoever, they feel beholden to the person who sent them the stuff. You know, when you're someone, and it goes back to the nothing is free. No gear is free. And when God forbid, it's a friend that sends me their piece of gear, these days I'll just say, you know what? I love you. I'm not interested, or I didn't like it, and I'm just not going to speak about it. You know, but it takes a lot of guts. You don't want to hurt their feelings. But when someone gives you a piece of gear and you hold on to it, guess what? You want to say something cool. You want to be effusive about it, because guess what? You want the next piece of gear, right? And you don't want to piss off sponsors, because then the other sponsors won't come, you know? And then next thing you know, you see where I'm headed?
Oh, yeah.
So no matter how good you are as a person, it's a very big challenge to have to deal with this stuff. And this world that we're in today, where everybody and their mother is, you know, talking about stuff, try to find the ones out there that can give it to you straight. I can tell you for a fact, I've never seen Ivan Agerton, for example, do a promo video. I think he has for Red. That guy will never tell you crap he doesn't believe in. That's just not part of his personality.
Right.
Mark Toyer is the same. Mark did this video for Frame.io about his process. And, you know, you can hear the genuine voice in what he says. And that's the people I listen to, not these YouTube personalities who will sell their mother to be able to keep that client or that person. Because what happens is these tech companies they're no longer tech companies giving you new gear. They are your sponsors.
Right.
They're paying for your overhead. They're paying for your camera crew and your editors and your VFX and colorists, sound people, and you want to keep those people employed. So what if HP puts out a horrific X, Y, or Z? Would you go out on the warpath and say this is the worst piece of thing, whatever, da da da, or so it's a very tough, slippery slope. And it goes back down to the trade press. So someone who works for anybody wants to keep that sponsor. So what I always look at when I read a publication, I look at who the sponsors are. If they're running huge ads in the same publication that for the product they're talking, I'm like,
Yeah, the balance is off there. Yeah. Let's see here. Great advice, limitations we struggle with, or what makes us stronger. Yep. So, like creatively, I'm assuming. I mean, you're kind of a Superman, so maybe not. But I'm assuming you get into creative ruts. What do you do to balance that, to keep creativity flowing, or when you are in a rut? How do you get out?
I've never found a satisfactory answer. I think all the answers are bullshit, but that people give. I think it's part of the process. You need to accept it. I think you need to embrace it. I also have a very I don't have a conclusion to this opinion of whether people have personal work or professional work. I used to be a work Nazi where I'd be like, your work is your personal work. There's no delineation. I don't work a certain way for clients and a certain way for myself. I give everything no matter who I'm working for. And if anything, my personal work is what I do for my clients because they give me the resources to go travel to places, to go do stuff, yada, yada, yada. That being said, I think that that's a little bit of a simplistic view. You do need to do work by yourself for yourself. When I'm in a big rut, will do one of two things. I will go watch a ballet or an opera or a art book, whether it's Rembrandt or I love Dali or God knows what. I'll see a film, and I will let the other people influence me and inspire me. I think like all artists. And I will break stuff down. Like when I broke my arm in 5 or 10 pieces, the reason the Directing Motion tour came out wasn't because I wanted to do a tour. It's because I said to myself, how do I find a way to make this into a positive? I said, I've always wanted to sit down and break down my favorite movies. I ordered 120 Blu-rays, and instead of just watching them, I broke down my favorite scenes, like cell by cell on a piece of paper. And that's what became the building blocks for the Directing Motion tour. It was just my own curiosity. The other thing I will share with you, for example, is to take a break, spend time with family, go for a walk, do something else. Everyone gets, so the best thing from COVID, I was a little burned out before COVID. I'll be perfectly honest. And I think we all go through burnout cycles. And now that I've had 2 or 3 months off, I am rearing to work. But I think, listen, the biggest lesson I learned, or many of them, but the one big ones, when I broke my arm. As a freelancer, I had told myself for a decade, not that long, for 5 or 7 years, that if I get hurt or I stop working or stop producing, that I am dead, I'm off the radar, all this social media visibility is gone, it's finished, you got to feed the monster. I was off for 6 months, I could not pick up a Leica with my right arm. I could not do this. I had to support it with my right arm. And that hit me mentally, not pick up a little Leica. Guess what? I got more work than I could handle. And then same with social media. Oh, I got to be on social media. Got to post. Got to show new stuff. Got to do behind the scenes videos. I stopped posting. I got a lot more work. So the world doesn't stop when you take time off. The world doesn't stop when you experiment. The only thing I wish I'd done better is those earlier video days to experiment more. I had a lot of opportunities to experiment and take risks that I shied away from because of this stupid spotlight. And a lot of you won't have to deal with that, hopefully, but you will definitely deal with a spotlight at some point where someone looks at your work. And the problem, so I can drink some water. The problem is you think you're under a microscope.
Absolutely.
And you're perhaps not, and you're your own worst enemy.
How important are backgrounds to you? I've heard some people select backgrounds and then place a subject in front of it. What are your thoughts on that?
Backgrounds is the very first lesson I learned in sports photography. It was all about the damn background. So first of all, treat your frame, your image, like it's a frame on the wall. Include stuff that will add to the image, exclude stuff that distracts from it. That's what you're doing with your frame. When we shot at Getty's All Sport back in the day, there was no cropping on Chrome. You could crop 3 or 4%, maybe more, but the slides didn't hold up, and more importantly, it slowed down the duplication process. So you either got it in frame, or they literally, if a frame was slightly loose, an amazing sports moment, they would throw it in the bin. And I had this wonderful editor named Daryl Ingham, who would take these. I mean, you gotta understand, you would go all the way to like Michigan to shoot this football game in the snow, and you'd get this amazing moment of the game, and it was 20% loose. You were on a 300 instead of a 5, maybe even a 4 instead of a 5. He would take your chrome in front of you and throw it in the bin. It's just not there, mate. It's just not there. And you would be soul crushed by that. But you know what? That is a fantastic way to learn discipline and to learn to pick the right lens and take the right level of risk. Like what we basically do as photographers is risk mitigation, or filmmakers. And when I show you this image of Jordan, that's the full frame. You know, that's a 400-2.8. There's no breathing room there. It's back in the manual focus days. Same here or here. Same here. That is a full frame. It takes a lot of guts to go that tight. Or here. Every one of these is 100% full. There's no cropping back in those days. And it's all manual focus. And that's what I learned under. And the problem with that is you get to be a little bit anal, or a lot, and a bit of a perfectionist, and it makes it hard to work with other people sometimes. But you ask about backgrounds, it's all about the backgrounds, mate. You can't have a yellow pole in the background. You can't have anything in the background. So your image pops to an obsessive level, even when it's going at 1,000,000 miles an hour like this. This is a split-second moment that you capture on a 400-2.8. It is a little cropped off to the side because of the distracting stuff, but you pay attention to all the colors in the background, everything, light and color, etc. Back in the day. I think that's the answer.
Right. When you color correct your own footage, how do you monitor and calibrate your screens?
It's interesting. I'll have more on that next week. I have been calibrating X-Rights my entire career. So literally the very first thing I used to do, this is an example of it being bored. This is the QE2 leaving New York. And I woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning, a little late, but not that late. And they had screwed up the time for the assignment. And basically the ship was already leaving. And so by the time I got there, it was dark and had left the mooring. And you're like, how do you make this image look good? And you pop the strobe, right? And slow shutter speed. Anyways, back to your original question, color calibration. I used to calibrate a monitor before I even installed a piece of software. Get a new MacBook Pro, calibrate the monitor, very first step. Get a new Mac, calibrate the monitor, and X-Rite with the i1 profiler. This is the first time I have not done it with the, and I don't do it anymore, short answer. I use Mac Pros and XDRs, and I use the monitors on the MacBook Pros, and I rely on them because my thinking is very aligned with Mark Toya's. Most stuff I do is commercial. Most stuff I do is going to be seen on those type of displays anyway, so I'm grading for the displays. I'm not grading for cinema or Netflix. If I were doing that, I would have a different workflow. And when I get to that level of HDR or whatever, that's where it goes to the post house anyways. So my setup at home is I have 2 XDR, an LG, and a 24-inch Cintiq. And I don't trust the Cintiq for color, but I do trust the XDRs for what I'm doing.
Very cool.
And I work with people, I have friends like Tyler Pruitt, Dean De Silva, who invented a lot of the stuff on Red, to ask questions about when it's important and critical, and I can rely on them because you just can't keep track of all this stuff.
Charles asks, if you recall when you were shooting on USAA, you found it interesting that I was lighting the background for video work. where you said with stills, you would compose with existing background and not generally put much focus and lighting on it. Have you changed your thoughts on that after shooting more motion work since then?
I remember very keenly a scene with you, Charles, where you went into a bedroom of one of these soldiers and you brought your lights in almost intrinsically to light it. And I literally said, no, leave the lights out. And I lit the entire scene with a window. And you said to me, just like you're questioning me here, that you would never have thought of it that way. And I think it's a very interesting process question. As a photojournalist, we do not have a crew. We generally cannot work with stands. They're cumbersome. We have to work very quickly and very often with just one key light to fill or overpower. And very often we don't want light to be apparent, meaning this is an obvious key light of a strobe, as is this. There's no choice but to light this back in the film days to match the strength of the light. But that is not my preference in terms of photojournalistic work. I much rather use all natural light as much as I can. And my background, again, is to use like one light like this, right? That one key light, one fill light, because I don't have the crew or the time to do that. In the same way, I think I showed the George Carlin thing. That's just one key light with maybe a secondary fill. And the reason I bring up the whole Charles Papert example is he told me at the time that he found it very interesting the way I lit that room, using the backlit window as a way to silhouette, I think, the person and create a very interesting ambiance. And it speaks to how Charles, working his whole life or most of his life in the commercial production space, his first thing, and I see DPs do this all the time, is how many lights do I bring and where do I bring them, right? Because they're used to having those resources in that crew. And there's no judgment on either way. They're both wonderful techniques and styles. It's not where I'm getting. I'm just saying that what you have or don't have access to will guide the way you shoot. And for me, for most of my career, I did not have lights. So I learned to use natural light, case in point here, to the best avail that I could, or add little accents of light on this guy's face to pop it like that. Or even here, there's a light. You can't notice it, but it's there. You get the idea. And to Charles' original point, when I work in commercial jobs now, I will talk to a DP very differently today. I would talk to you differently today, Charles, than I did when I was starting off, in that I would shut up a lot more now and tell you, ideally, before I ever set foot on set. So here again, there's a strobe in there. You don't know it, but it's there. I would have conversations with you about the things I do like, don't like, want to avoid, reference films, reference work. And then on the day of, let you do your job and let you and the gaffer do what you guys want to do. And show me how you can bring this scene to a different level. And that's what I love about filmmaking, is the additive nature of it. That the DP, the gaffer, the grip. I mean, I can't tell you how many key grips I've worked with that have told me how to move the camera using volleyballs or stupid shit they've invented over the years to give you a style of shooting, or wearing a cushion or not on the handheld, or having a steady cam on a dolly, or a handheld operator on a dolly. And you learn from these men and women, and you really learn to shut up as a director. And my goal as a director is to be 100th of what Scorsese is and really master this stuff. Tell them what I want in the final result and not worry as much as how to get there. That being said, I'm very anal and I have to manage the budget and our time. So I have to have an idea whether it's going to be a techno crane shot, a dolly shot, a slider shot. The biggest mistake I would make as a young director was that I would use a 6-foot slider for a shot that uses 3 inches of the sliding move, versus using my goddamn hips. So you can spend 45 minutes sliding back and forth and getting dry ass shit, or you can use your hips and then move and move and move like I used to do as a photojournalist. And to Charles's side, the way he sees an image is going to be very different to the way I see an image, because that is his craft. His craft is knowing the color of the light, the type of LEDs and how reliable they are, how they deal with diffusion, opal versus, straw versus all this bullshit. And I quickly learned as a director that if I kept going down that route of knowing whether it was opal or this light or that lens, I would never achieve anything as a director. It's just too much. In the same way, I have to cast the right actors who can act, who can remember their lines, so we can nuance as a director their performance. I can't teach them. You've all worked with actors who cannot act. You can't teach them on set how to act. There's no time. There's too many moving pieces. I would rely much more hands off now the more I do this with DPs and crew members and wardrobe people. Now, the key is you've got to be prepared. You got to know what you do and don't want and be able to communicate that. You can't just say, surprise me, okay? Because they will surprise you. And I think this was you, Papert. Maybe it was someone else, but I think I was a DP and the director was an idiot, said, I want to follow. This is one of your stories, I think, Charles, where a director had told you they want to follow a character along a path, and you lit the entire scene for several hours to follow the actor, and then you frame up the shot, and the director goes, what the hell are you doing? I'm paying a lot of money to see that face. And you're like, well, you said follow. I said, they follow, not a lead, right? Meaning going backwards. That is your story, right? And that's the business, right? Is knowing if you go to the directing motion tour, I'm not selling it, I don't make any money off of it anymore, I don't think.
Well, that's a shame.
That's fine. I did a good deal. It's all good. I'm happy. It's information there that I think is evergreen and that you should learn from if you're interested in how to move the camera. You need to learn. I spend a lot of time on language on set. When I hear someone say pan up, I look at Timor and just shake our heads quietly, and I think you have 8 words as a director to learn. Maybe you should learn them. Push, pull, slide, jib up, jib down, boom up, boom down,
That was in your class too. That was a good one.
So
I do like the pilt. Let's just pilt up, pilt down, pilt left, pilt right.
I've never heard pilt.
Just combining of the two. We're at 3.5 hours. How are you? Do you need a break or anything?
I'm fine. I don't hear any. I'm like Ivan. I'm not hearing my phone go off.
Maybe your son got a hold of it. This Toya and Papert can tell you at 3.5 hours, I have to take a 30-second break.
I'm fine. I haven't been drinking too much.
I always stay hydrated. Okay, I got a question for you. I'm going to step away while you answer this, but I'll be right back. What gets you the most work? Your site, word of mouth, agents?
Word of mouth. No, I've never
answered it that quick.
No, it's all word of mouth in your work, I think. I mean, maybe you'll just, when you get to a certain level, it might be your agent, maybe. I generally find that every agent will do really well when you bring them a custom idea that's all packaged and ready to sell. They'll sell you. But you don't just go to an agent and say, find me work. And they will, but it's mostly word of mouth. That was the biggest lesson coming into this business, was just how much word of mouth there is, especially in the motion world. It's all about who you know. Like, I don't know anyone's going to get hired for any big job that doesn't have someone who knows them and can vouch for them, let alone pitch them. So, any other questions? How does one gain experience with a shot over? Seems like hard to rent when you don't have experience. Fly a DJI Mavic. It's the same principle. I like to fly the Mavics all manually. There's this piece that I did a long time ago that I'm very proud of because I'm a geek, where it's all flown by hand the entire time, and it led to this cool little piece. It's called Swarm. And this has to be one of the luckiest pieces I've ever done, because this is me farting around at sunset. I'll turn the music down. Now here, can you put the screen back on?
Absolutely.
So this is a piece, it's all one continuous shot. So this is me farting around in Manhattan Beach with a drone. And the principles you're learning here. So first of all, I learned how to operate a shot over by doing hundreds of hours of flight simulator as a kid. I spent from 13 to 16 blowing my brains out doing flight simulators. over and over and over again, to the point where operating a joystick is very secondary to me. So in this case, when you think about it, as I'm flying this, I'm not only flying the helicopter in a circle, but I'm also changing the rotation of the lens based on what it is relative to me. Does that make sense? So it's different based on where it is. And then out of nowhere, these crazy birds start to fly and almost attack the drone, which is amazing. And at this point, I'm now thinking safety, going, well, the lesson you learn as a pilot when you see a bird coming at you is to stay the course, let the birds navigate around you because they know what they're doing. This is where the professional drone pilot, which I am now, would land and get away, because now you're putting people at risk on the deck. But at this time, I was just farting around, and it's a small drone, so, a non-professional risk management. I'm just flying around because I imagine they're going to give up on me, but they're not. But my point is, on doing this, you're learning all the principles by flying this drone manually and learning how to coordinate flying the aircraft and putting inputs into it on your joystick relative to its angle, both of you and the subject matter. Does that make sense? And that's the skill. And you take that skill and you can grab any techno crane or shot over or anything with a joystick. And if you can do it with a drone, you'll be able to do it with those. And when I teach people drone flying, I make them do perfect circles, perfect ovals, perfect square patterns, while keeping the center of frame with the subject, to train their brain to think about where the drone is relative to the subject matter and relative to you. It's a lot of like mental math, to be honest, but it's going to become secondary and second nature based on that. And I'm proud of this video. Yeah, it's really cool. The birds are flying, because this is all one take and there's not a single bump at any point. And to me, some of you may understand this becomes meditative. So the reason I'm flying my drone, I don't give a crap about lenses, the shots I'm going to get. I'm never going to sell an H.264 4K Mavic shot. It's just not good quality enough, or at least at the time it wasn't. But I'm practicing, and more importantly, I'm mellowing out. This is still the same shot, no cut. The sun's gone down, and I'm flying away. And this is where it really pays off in a few seconds. I'm definitely breaking the 400-foot rule here. I'm on the verge. Again, this was before I had I don't think it'd be right an FAA license, but so look at how lucky I get here. Right? This is still the same move with the birds, right? That we did like 7 circles around the thing, and then boom, the lights come on right then and there. That is so lucky when that stuff happens. That's the beauty, I think, when you get really into this work, is you do all the technical stuff we've been talking about all this time, about backgrounds, color composition, framing, thinking. The real big payoffs anyone will tell you in your career is when little moments like that happen on top of all of that you can't predict, and you're ready. This is another day flying over the fireworks. Not going to say I would recommend doing this legally, so I'll take it off. But one thing to know about your 107 is, when you're flying your 107 on a job, it applies when you're doing it on your own with a little drone for fun and you're not being paid. It's a different set of rules. That being said, we should always be safe, but at no point did I feel unsafe there. Would I do it today? No. No. Yeah.
You mentioned being 25 with awards and reputation. If that was your personal situation, what was it like, and would you have done anything differently?
There's nothing you can do, right? It just is what it is. I learned a lot of weird and hard lessons. I'm not sure I should share them, but I'll share them, whatever. I did a really stupid thing once that I regret to this day. They would give you, these New York press photographers, they would give you a wooden plaque. And I won a lot of wooden plaques several years in a row. I would come back with a box of 20 to 40 wooden plaques. And like anything in life, you don't value what you get easily or get a lot of, right? And I remember being a dick and taking the box and throwing it out after the award ceremony in the garbage can outside of the thing. Because, and it wasn't at the thing, it was at home. Because it was simple. I didn't have room to put the shit in my small apartment in New York. It wasn't like they don't mean anything to me. It was that I literally didn't have any room. And also, frankly, just as important to sound a little bit less like a jerk, I don't put awards up in my house. I have, one or two crystals that, are important for certain awards. But I'm very anti-award because I won a lot of them, but more importantly, I judged a lot of them. I went from winning them to judging a few dozen awards and big awards. And you don't want to see the horse trading that goes on in the background. Basically, if you're nominated and if you're one of the top three, you've won. Who gets one or two or three, as you can see in the Academy Awards, is very, very, very subjective. So I have a terrible irreverence towards awards. And back then, I threw the awards out because practically I didn't have room to put them. I used to put them above my toilet bowl. Okay, so when I won awards, I would nail them above in the toilet because I thought that's where they belonged. Because I didn't want to rest on those laurels. This is my personality. I'm a little bit weird like that. Okay, so I put my awards above the shitter, and my then wife got very upset. It's like, I don't want this shit all over my wall, and so I eventually threw them out. Someone heard about the fact that I'd thrown out all my plaques, and they weren't happy about it for obvious reasons. And they said something to me. They said, you got to realize that a lot of photographers in New York work their entire careers and never win a single award. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, So that was tough. And you learn to just, for me, the reason I acted like that immaturely is because I didn't want to rest on my laurels. I don't like awards because I think they drag you down more than they help you. But that being said, they help a lot of people and they've helped me a lot. But I'm irreverent towards them because that shouldn't be the ultimate goal. And, I regret doing that with the plaques, but maybe you understand a little better why I did it. Because I like resumes. I always used to tell people, some people can look at your body of work, your 20 slides back in the day, and say you've got an eye and you're talented or there's something about what you do. Other people are incapable of ever knowing a phenomenal visual storyteller from an absolute mediocre one. They just can't. They rely on the resume and the award sheet to intrinsically and mathematically or whatever the process is say that person's good because that person won this. Does that make sense? That's my view on awards. There's people who can really tell, and the people whose opinion I seek are those that I respect. So, if Timur tells me something sucks or Mark does, I listen. If Ivan says something's nice, that means a lot more than an award.
Does Nikon have a future? I think the cameras are well made, and I like their glass, but don't worry about them.
Well, there's two answers to that, right? There was the answer pre-COVID, and there's post-COVID. So does anyone know, I'll put this out there, what Nikon makes with most of their money on? And see, I'll give you 30 seconds to answer.
Yeah, all right, put it in there, quick, come on.
And I think every company is at risk now with COVID. I worry about all of them because we're not going to buy a lot of cameras unless we're not making income. And hopefully that'll come back. We've also learned to be a lot more frugal. I really want a Komodo. Do I need it right now? Am I shooting enough to do it? Can I justify the expense at this very moment? This is a camera I would have bought and send my, Amex via courier to Jared, months ago. Let's get it. Or the same goes for I almost didn't buy this Leica monochrome. The reason I bought it was because I had a sensor issue with an older body and they gave me a discount, yada yada, and they fixed the other sensor, and I gave the M9, I think it was, to my father, right, as a thank you, because he gave me his Leica when I was a young man. So 30 years later, I said, Mark, you take this wonderful M9 that Leica just fixed up, and I'll justify buying an M10 for myself. But I don't buy cameras that often. The problem is that where a lot of us aren't working as much, and we're also realizing we can do a lot more with what we have. I used to be I had periods of Amazon disorder where I would just order stuff because it was cool. I get food now, and that's it, and I've realized I can operate on a hell of a lot smaller budget. Back to Nikon. Nikon is still making wonderful cameras. Canon is back to making great cameras. They had a really bit of a lull there after 5D Mark II, the C300. It just wasn't going great, mostly because their sensor tech was outdated. and it was hurting them. And Sony has been kicking butt for a very long time, as I think Red has, and to some degree Black Magic, for their affordability of what they put out there. Nikon has just kind of been out there as an outlier. The answer to what Nikon makes money on is health insurance in Japan. So they had a bunch of guys come to the U.S. 50 years ago, and they went to the Midwest. They saw these huge monolithic buildings, and they were all insurance companies. And they went back to Japan. They sell a tremendous amount of life insurance to people back in Japan. That's how they make most of their money. Can never forget why I went on a little bit of a diatribe earlier on about supporting companies. Canon doesn't make much money off the 1D series, or Nikon off the D series. And they used to sell, Canon did 30,000 Rebels a month in the US alone. Then came the iPhone and destroyed that market. All this high-end stuff. When Jared makes a Red camera, every time he puts out a camera, he's putting his company at risk, just like any company, because if there's one supply chain issue, one bad chip or sensor in there that's no fault of his own because it's OEM'd or whatever, he's got to recall those cameras. That's a big problem for any company. And he doesn't know what other people are putting out. And, is GoPro, forget GoPro, is Insta360 or something going to come out with something, or Zcam or whatever it is? It's a tough market. And I think Nikon will stay around because of the life insurance stuff, because of the medical microscopes and all the stuff they do, in the same way that, Canon makes lots of medical stuff and industrial stuff. And they're propped up by the Japanese government. Those are industries that the government will help prop if needed. So I think you're safe. But I do worry about it because of this. The old iPhone, my cracked screen on the iPhone. Why they put glass on the back of an iPhone is beyond me. These are wonderful computers in your pocket, and cameras, and the best cameras when you have with you. And I think those are better.
Exceptional, that's for sure. Following from how you price imagery from licensing, do you employ any professional help to set your high rate for commercial work, or have you built it up over your time with experience from yourself?
Yes, so I answered this earlier, but I'm happy to answer it again.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's a very important question, more important than any of this stuff. I absolutely work with people who sell. It is a profession. It is a skill to get the most money out of something, because they know how to value it in a neutral fashion. They know what's worth in the market. They know what other people are willing to pay for it, and it's scarcity. So, I mentioned selling a piece of stock, video stock for Nimia. I would have sold it for X, and it sold for like 10 to 20X what I would have sold it for, because it was the only piece of footage of its kind. They couldn't go to anyone else. So I had exclusivity and rarity. If they didn't want to buy it from me, there was no one else to buy it from. That's when you ask for the higher prices, because it's like a stock. It's like an asset. I cannot be the best advocate for myself most of the time. In the same way, I guess the best thing you guys can do is, have you ever realized how you can give someone advice, but you can't take your own advice? It's really easy to give someone else good advice professionally or creatively, but somehow when it's to yourself, you don't listen. You're not your own best salesperson. That's why you find most really successful creatives have a good agent or salesperson. And then lastly, I think it's really important to level with your client. I can't tell you how often I say, what's your budget? What are you looking to spend? They say, we have this. And I'm like, well, that's great. It's 10 times more than I was going to ask you. Or it's 10 times less than I want to ask you. That's where the real art form comes, to level with them and say, listen, here's why I have to sell it to you for this much. The helicopter costs this much. The shot over costs this much. The lens payment is this much per month. If I give it to you for this much money, I can't stay in business. Now, and you explain to them and you educate your clients. It's been the number one thing I spend a lot of time doing as a commercial photographer or a general, artist, is educating my clients as the value of my work. Not the arrogance of what I think of my work, or, it's so cool and different and what. No. This is what this piece of media is valued at in the market because of X, Y, or Z. The cost of producing it, the rarity, the exclusivity of it, the access it took to get it, the work, and you get the idea. You have to educate your client, because most of the time, especially the smaller clients, just don't know. And we have a lot of things out there like royalty-free and, eat as much as you want, buffet-type subscriptions that are destroying the business. Descriptions are the single worst thing. And
Yeah, they
and,
are.
and Mark just said most laugh wins, but I'm not going to go to where he wants me to go. But this is a good lesson. I guess I'll stay on if you want, but I feel like I'm running out of stuff to say, which is saying a lot for me. I learned a big lesson in my career that I want to share with you. It's because of what Mark said with most laugh wins. It might be on my site. Stand by. I spent a huge part of my career focused on the end result and not enjoying it. A huge part of my career. I regret it. Let me see if I can find this imagery. I got my first National Geographic assignment when I was in my early 30s. And I was given a pile of money to go fly around the country with Mike Eisler to document the drying of the West, so our climate change. And this was the dream assignment, right? Like, here's 6 figures. You choose, we got to cover these specific things, of course, for geographic, right? Because they're telling a story. But you can pretty much set your own schedule, go where you want, stay as long as you want, any time of the day, because in their eyes, you're the aerial expert. We're not going to tell you how to do your job. That's what like good publications do. They enable you to do your job.
Are you still looking for an image, or do you?
I'm still looking for an image.
Okay, perfect. Because I was like, I'm not seeing it.
I don't think I have. Open on my site. I may not have the final work here to share. Let me go. I'll tell you in a second.
We got to talk at least 5 more minutes because that gets you at 4 hours and makes you a superstar.
Really Oh no! See, now I have to break the record.
Well, that's only 1 hour after that. Well, 1 hour and a few minutes.
I'm going to get so much.
Ollie, you got the number out there? What's the stats? People are very intent on keeping these records out there. There's inroads and fights. 5 hours, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
There's certain things that photographers and filmmakers do is measure who has the biggest lens, who's shot the most Ks, the highest resolution, the highest altitude. I'm looking for it. I'm not going to find it, but it doesn't matter. I'll leave you. Try one more thing. This long story short, besides the fact that I have a sweet spot in my heart for Benihana, and Mike Eisler, my longtime associate, hates Benihana with a passion. And I took him to every single Benihana I could find in the United States on this assignment, which was the highlight of my assignment, and sometimes multiple times in a row. So this was the piece here. I don't think we're going to find. It's an old piece. But my point is, they gave me a boatload of money. And, of course, the images are staring at me in Lightroom. This is on the stuff we shot. They were there the whole time. I just got sidetracked. Sorry, guys. We were documenting the lowering water levels and the forest fires, etc. This was the dream assignment. And I went about a week and a half, 10 days into it. I was utterly miserable the entire time I shot this. And I caught myself, thank God. And it happened in Page, Arizona, of all places, and also somewhere else in Arizona, where we had a per diem, and Mike and I every time we check into the hotel, he says, "Do you have the grand piano in your room too?" Been messing around my entire career. You don't have the piano? And we couldn't find a room expensive enough to meet the per diem, like $200 a day. So we bought this like suite out, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. And we were bored, to some degree, because you only shoot X amount of hours per day. It's expensive, and there's only so much good light, right? I realized a third way through the assignment, this was a big epiphany in my career, I'm not enjoying this. I'm not having fun. I'm putting so much pressure on myself to produce for this assignment that I've actually gotten to the point where I'm not enjoying it at all. And I said, Vincent, if you're not enjoying this right now, 15 years into your career, you call yourself a National Geographic photographer just because you signed the contract. That's how it works. Hopefully the piece runs, but it was going to run. When are you ever going to enjoy what you do? You can put me back on camera. I can't find more images, but you hear the line, enjoy the journey, not the destination. You're like, enjoy the journey, not the destination. I focused so much of my career on getting the front page of the New York Times. That was my job. I was actually on a front page beat for like 3 years. And my job every day was to go out and find front page images. A lot of pressure because it's very specific as to what would run and what not run. As I mentioned in the New York Press Corps, I was very competitive because every New York Times photographer was competitive. We had targets on our back. Everyone was after our ass, like in your face about it too. Like, I'm gonna fucking beat you off the front page tomorrow. But tell it to your face. And you became competitive and yada yada. And you got focused on that end result and getting the award-winning image or the different image, yada yada. As you get older, you realize that what you remember are the friendships, the relationships with people, the experiences of flying onto an aircraft carrier, and the training that you did, the goofing around. Like I talked to Nuccio Lanuzzo 2 days ago with the fellow photographers that were your competitors. You are trying. Every one of these guys is trying to bump the other person off the front page the next day. But we got through the bullshit and we're able to make friendships. It's harder in the film business to some degree and easier in some degree, depending on what position you're in. And I'll explain that by saying that I learned some very interesting lessons about being a director from David Nutter, about working with actors, for example. And he said, you got to treat every actor like they're teenagers. They're not quite young enough to be kids, but they're not old enough to be adults. And they'll befriend you and use you and work with you until they stab you in the back. Be careful and don't ever socialize with your actors until you're done with the project. You don't want to get too close to them. You don't want to become friends with them because you're the only person on set who can tell them it's not working. You're the bullshit meter watching the screen. And he said, listen, if you go out drinking with them, the next day you're no longer their director, you're their friend, or you're close to them. And when you say the exact same thing as their friend, it hurts. So if you're just a professional director and it's not working, you can look at a director and an actor in the eye and say, it's not working. I think you're overdoing this, or let's try this. It's not personal. You're just doing your job. If you've gone out with drinks for them, it's personal. And it was some really good advice in the same way that, your relationship changes with your friends when you hire them. I've told the story 100 times with Mike Eisler again, who I've been working with for 14 or 15 years. We used to play Call of Duty together. And we used to trash talk ourselves to death on Call of Duty. And that behavior found its way onto the set. And unfortunately, I had to become the boss and say we can't work together for a little while. And then we fix it up and we're working together ever since. But you learn those hard lessons that, as a leader, as a boss, it's not that you're any better than anybody or smarter, but it is a hierarchy where, you have to do your job and you have to lead and you have to make hard decisions. And it's a very lonely thing to do in many ways, to be a director or a producer, especially if you end up working with your friends. Now, you can hopefully find balance and work with friends who are able to manage that and treat you a certain way on set and a certain way off set and never create that uncomfortable moment where they're questioning you in front of the client. And it's not about questioning you in front of the client as much as it is. A really good example is I've worked with people who you get really close to and you are involving them in the creative process and they're aware of their world. However, you are having separate conversations with your executive producers about budgets and legal all the time. And they're telling you, whatever you do not mention this location. Do not mention a techno crane. We don't have the budget for it. Do not mention a helicopter. We can't do it because of this law or that law. And we could have done it. We didn't know it early enough, so we didn't get permission early enough. And if the client asks for it, we have to explain to them that, yes, you can do it because Michael Bay did it, but we can't do it because we didn't do our job. It makes it look really bad, and they'll fire us. You're aware of all that background stuff or some particularity with the actor or location or the politics of being there. And a colleague of yours will come up to you on set and say, well, what about this? Or what about that? And they've opened up that gate that you cannot close. And that's why there is often a hierarchy on these big commercial jobs, because you are dealing with a lot of money. And I can't afford to have a DP offer up something or a grip or someone that I would love to do. And I know the client wants to do, but my executive producer said, by all means, do not bring this up because we fucked up or we screwed this up or we aren't prepared or we don't have the money. And you understand the nuances of being a boss or a manager a lot more, and the difficulty of it, in that you learn that if I had to do it over again, I may have wanted to stay a DP because of the ability to focus on that one thing, which is what lens, how does the camera move, how do you light it, how does light fall on someone's face, how do you use visual storytelling to further the story. And what I lament is the ability to focus on one thing. I don't know that I would have been a good DP. I am fascinated by light. I couldn't care less about how to get the light. Couldn't care less about, distribution boxes and types of light and diffusion. It's just not my thing. I would say I could probably go to toe-to-toe a lot of people in terms of using natural light well and using the crap out of it. But I don't want to try to be a gaffer, and you learn that you can be a great DP by having a great gaffer, right? If you know how to lens. But I actually do like directing and producing. I do like the complexity of it. What I miss is shooting. I wish I shot more because any director or even any creator that runs a business will tell you spend 90% of your time or more on the legal and billing and other things. And I don't like that much. I mean, I do like it. I actually have grown to really love it. Anyone who's seen Directing Motion Tour and how I, like to shot list stuff very specifically with Excel spreadsheets knows I love it. But I miss the simplicity of shooting a lot.
That's I think Curtis Boggs said it best. This is gold. That was fantastic. I want to say closing insight, but I'm going to ask you if you have more insight because I believe you probably do. You've gone 4 hours and 5 minutes, 2 more minutes, and you beat Phil Holland, and you become the number 3rd here. So do you want to go the 2 extra minutes? Right?
Well, I think if it's 2 more minutes, that's a rhetorical question, right? Right.
I mean, then at that point, you got to go 20 more minutes to hit Mark Toya. So you got to judge carefully.
Back to going to what I like to try to live my life by, which is if you guys have questions that are worth answering, which they all are. I mean, like if there's something I can contribute to them, I will go as long as I can. If I have to find stuff to talk about, I've reached that point where I'm tired of hearing myself talk. So if you guys have questions, fire away and I'll answer them as best I can. But I've gone as much or as far as I can on my own. I have some new images to show you here from some of my more recent.
All right, I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll give everybody 2 minutes to get your questions down there.
Yeah.
And then that'll set the mood here. So what, you said you had new images or?
Yeah, sure. You can share my screen here if you don't mind.
Yep, got it.
Someone asked about printing. I think it's really important to print your work as a photographer and see it and go back to that process. More recently, I've worked with super high resolution imagery and doing like landscapes of all things. Which if you had taught me years ago that I would ever shoot a landscape, I would laugh you off. Hold on, other different stuff. Charles says I'm getting sleepy. It's less sleepy than it's hot in here.
No, he's trying to make sure you don't go 5 hours. You're getting very sleepy.
He's trying to.
Yeah, that's Pap. And Peterson really wants you to talk about Tilta. There's a slight passion there.
Yeah, I would love to talk about Tilta, but it would do neither one of us any good.
Right. Here's a good question.
Yeah.
It was very interesting to hear your take on friendships and backstabbing. If this industry is about who you know, how do newcomers navigate that? That's
put your head down, shut up, and do good work. Outwork everyone else. Have a good disposition and a good personality. I have never not given a chance to someone that I see has a good work ethic. I don't mind people that are arrogant or have an ego because it's necessary in this business, but it shouldn't get in the way of working with other people. This is the hard part about this business is you have to have an ego to do this. You have to have an ego to say, I'm the guy who's going to be on set telling people what to do. It's my vision. And it doesn't have to be, you don't have to be an asshole about it. It's the hard part. I think, if I were to give you one more insight, I think I learned the hard way, is you see a lot of big, and you can go back to me, I don't have any more to show. You see a lot of directors that are absolute tyrants and assholes. And you go to yourself like, how does someone get that reputation? The goal of any director, manager, DP, anyone who runs a team should be to never, ever, ever be abusive. Never, ever dress someone down. Never, ever make it personal. Always be professional. If you have to reprimand someone or correct them, do it privately, unless it needs to be done publicly for a reason, to set a tone or something. But generally speaking, always take the high road. Yet, what I've seen from a lot of colleagues of mine and I've experienced is, so this is coming from someone who's covered 4 Olympics. And to cover an Olympic is one of the single most grueling things you'll ever see other photographers do, because you, for 14 days, work from 4 or 5 a.m. You'll get up at 4, you'll jump in the car, you'll drive to Sestriere, to the mountain 4 hours away, to get up to the top of the mountain at -30 and wait on the side of the mountain, have skiers come down, you go back down, shoot a second event, and then that night you go shoot the skating finals till midnight. You go back to bed 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you start again for 14 days on 1 to 3 hours of sleep. That is production, as you guys all know. And the point I'm trying to make is I come from a background where you push yourself mentally to the absolute limit, like a soldier would, or first responder or whatever, because you have to, and also because we're all a bit diseased in this business. It's one thing when you're doing it yourself and you're managing your own self and what you're doing. When you manage other people, it takes it to a different level because of the politics behind it. What you're seeing as a crew member on set is 10% of my day. I have the politics of the client who hates the agency who hates the client and wants everything blue, but the client wants it red. The EP wants it orange or black because we don't have the money. The first AD wants to do 6 times as many things as I think I can handle because they know that we're not going to make our day. The actor shows up hungover or not knowing their lines and throws a wrench. The most experienced Steadicam operator you've hired, because this is not Pappert, is the best operator supposedly at the time, cannot balance their camera for an unknown reason. And you've got Kobe Bryant waiting there. And you're there juggling and trying to have a smile on your face. And then you add to that the fact that you're on month 2 of a 7-day commercial because you started 2 months ago prepping. You've been through all the politics and all the financial stuff. And you're mentally and physically exhausted. And more importantly, there's so much other stuff going on in the background about, creativity and what you want to accomplish as a filmmaker, but the client doesn't like it or whatever it is, or the producer's messing with you with money or whatever it is. And there's all these layers to deal with as a producer or director that you can get pretty short and you can snap. And the hardest thing for me to witness has been a few directors break down in the edit room. And you can hear it. They just mentally snap because the piece is not coming together or X, Y, or Z didn't happen. And I don't know why I went down this road other than to say that once you've done it, you realize why people act like assholes. And some of them, it's because they're losing it. Others, it's because they're just not ready for it, or they can't manage the stress or the stuff that's out of their control. And then the others yet do it as a ploy. Because if you're a difficult asshole to deal with, people don't mess with you. So if you come in with a cape and you act extravagantly, the psychology is very interesting that people are afraid of you. And I don't want the crew to be afraid of me, but I want the client that's being a pain in the ass to be afraid of me. I don't want them messing with my creative process. Not because of my ego, because I want to make my day and get off set with a happy client. And the problem arises when the client and the agency don't get along and they want everything shot 6 ways, or they're giving you bad advice. And you have to find a way to manage that. I think my photojournalism background, back to Phil Holland's question, helps me with the psychology of all of this and the mind messing that you have to do to get people to think that your idea is theirs or find a way to get to the end result. And it's exhausting. Other pieces of advice that I got from, I won't give names to these directors, but they're veteran directors, is never introduce yourself to your actors. One of them said, have your book, all your notes, have the first AD go get the actor, have them bring the actor up to you, And don't kiss their ass. Don't say, Mr. De Niro, I love you and I love your work, because you've lost the moment you do that. Just say, how are you? Any questions you have about today? No, anything I can answer? Great. I'll see you on set. And that's it. Because the moment you start kissing someone's ass, they don't respect you the same way. It's very interesting psychology, right? And some actors that are perhaps more important, I've done less of this. I've done mostly commercial work than narrative, but some actors might be a little weirded out by the fact that you didn't kiss their ass, and they might be a little more motivated, probably not De Niro, but others, to do something different to impress you, right? And you got to understand, at the end, it's a big game. I find that part of the business fascinating, the psychology of it. Lastly, the hierarchy on set. There has to be a certain decorum, a certain speed, and there's a very fine balance, as you guys all know, between having a first AD that screams too much versus not enough, between, as a director, trying not to be the one losing your cool, let the first AD be the jerk if you have to play good cop, bad cop. Because you've all seen crews that are not motivated, especially in Europe, just say that out loud. They're just dragging their feet, getting their coffee, whatever it is. Like we did an assignment in Italy with Charles and Eisler where call time was 5 a.m. We were downstairs 5 a.m. ready to go. 5 a.m. means, lights, brake lights off, wheels up, and the Italians show up, at 6 a.m. I not had my coffee and this and that. And, you can't produce like that. Anyways, I'll stop there.
How have you found funding for your projects you're wanting to do, like a passion project? And he's not asking about large.
That is the most exhausting part of this stuff, is finding money and people to greenlight your stuff. It's the thing I like the least. And I think any filmmaker creative person will tell you that. Everyone struggles with it. It's hard to find people who like you or your work enough to champion it and give you funding. And I hate that about this. That's what I had so good at the New York Times. I didn't have to worry about money. We didn't have money to spend really, but I had a salary, I had company gear, I even had a company car. It was awesome. You show up the first day of work, they give you a key to your locker, it's full of Canon gear, and they give you a key to a car with New York press plates on it, and you go get your press credential and you're off. That's nice. And that's what makes that paper good, for the most part. It's not perfect by any means, but they are journalists who are not there to get rich. They're there to do a job day in, day out, and just, not worry about funding or whatever. Just go report, go photograph, go film.
At an early stage of career, how does one balance between learning the business and learning and progressing the craft?
Got to do both. Like I said, balance is the hardest thing to do, but there's quite a few creative friends I know that are close to me that are fantastic creative people, disastrous business people, and they don't do well. But there's a lot of business people who are terrible creatives but do really well because they're good business people. So you have to do both, or if you're not good at it, find someone who can do it with you. The biggest lesson going from photography to film or video was delegation, is learning to work with other people. Because as a photojournalist, you are on your own, and you're the, other than what happens in front of you in history, determining what your outcome will be, you're pretty much in control of how you photograph that event and where you go and you don't go. If there's no one telling you can't be there, right? And even there, it's just an invitation for me to find a way to get there. But as a filmmaker, you're working as part of a crew in a bigger machine, and you can't just do what you want anymore. You got a plan. And delegation, learning who to delegate to, what to delegate, how to empower people is really fun.
This one probably is a more simple answer, but what about dealing with the people director who undermine you or won't use your best shots? Because either they think they are a better photog or what have you. How do you deal with that?
Ultimately, you can't play their game. You got to play your game. So if you challenge them 1-to-1, you're going to lose because they have final cut. They're the director. They're above you, right? You got to play your game, or you're 5 steps ahead of them. Good case in point, a story just from a piece that I did early on. But I've done a lot of commercial work. I had this client who really loved this shot and kept coming with ideas, right? And they said, "Can we try this shot?" I said, "Sure, we can try it, but we're not going to be able to make all of our shots for the day. We're running behind. We don't have overtime in the budget." He's like, "Oh, but I really, really, really want that shot." I'm like, "Hey," instead of saying no, I say, "That's fine with me. I'm happy to do it. That'd be great. But you'll have to lose the shot the shot we talked about you really, really like. Sure. Well, we have to lose that because we don't have time to do both. Oh, I really want to do both. Okay, that's fine with me too, but we're going to have to go to overtime. Only fit so much in. How do we make that happen? Well, go to your producer, the agency producer, and see if we can get an hour overtime or be half an hour, and I'll see if I can pull it off. Okay, sure. They go back to the producer. The producer says, no, we don't have any more money. He comes back, oh, I can't, can we do the shot? I'm like, can I do this one or that one? Which one do you want? The one you really, really like or this one? Let's do the one I really, really like. Okay, and I go, and let's go. I had already had the whole crew set up the next shot knowing we would never get his shot. And it was kind of a nice way to show him that I knew we would never get this other shot he was asking for and had to stop doing that. I had the whole crew ready to do the other shot already the entire time. But I never said no. I never made it personal. I made it more of a logistical thing. And that's all kind of mind stuff that you do with people. You've got to do this and this stuff to find a way to tell people no without saying no, especially in the commercial world where you're ultimately a hired hand. It's their product, it's their commercial. But find that balance between your vision and your edit. And that is kind of a big part of the job.
Looks like
I beat Mark Toya. That's all I'm aiming for now.
You're almost there. We only have like 8 more minutes to go.
Solid.
Ollie is the official timekeeper of the live stream, so he'll chime in here in a minute. Ollie, this guy right here.
Yeah.
Do you think in a post-COVID world, directing on set will become easier or more difficult given the potential reduced crew and egos to deal with?
No, I think it's not. I don't know that much is going to change. I think a lot of people talk about how our world is going to change forever, and I think many people won't go to the office as much and might work from home and it'll be more accepted. I don't know that we'll see that much change. I do think that a lot of us are learning that we can do stuff we didn't think we could do because we were being forced to, and that's bad. I'm already seeing a lot of contracts in the photography world being shoved down freelancers' throats because they can. We're already headed in a direction without COVID where it's more with less and more cuts and smaller cuts. I have definitely felt like, Mark Toya lived the good old days. He really lived the wheeling, anything you want an extra million, you want an extra day or two, no problem. I used to work with a DP named Mark Lindsay, who would tell me stories about how he would show up on set and say, I need 6 18Ks to light this properly. And the producer would say, well, how long would that take? He's like, well, I can have them here in about 4 hours. And they would just wait 4 hours, or the days of Conrad Hall sitting on his bench and looking down a frame and lighting every piece. I'm sad to say I don't know that those days will ever exist again. And that excess and precision won't happen. And you can whine and cry about it or just realize you still get to do this. It's still pretty cool. But we're already on a path of, I've seen in my own short career, when I started, the minimum cost for a day of shooting a commercial in LA was $100,000. And that was with no lighting, no Steadicam, nothing fancy. That was just the permits, the producers, the PAs, you know what I'm saying? Like all the base stuff and the base crew. I'd love to get $100,000 a day these days on most of my jobs, right? And that was base. And, the budgets I hear people doing stuff with is, downright dangerous for people because you can't pay basic crew and safety stuff. So we're already headed that way and have been. The biggest problem with this industry, it's been lifelong for, photography or videos. You always have a young person or a new person that just doesn't know any better and will be willing to do it for free or less. And that's always hurt everybody. That's happening. Listen, the cameras we use today, you can shoot stuff that you would never would have imagined 5 or 10 years ago with the sensors that we have and the technology. And I can't expect young people or new people to appreciate what they can do because they weren't there 20 years ago when we had to shoot film and it wasn't as sensitive. Well, we didn't have LED lighting and you had to have a generator. You have to have a light during the daytime, all that stuff. And you were asking also, directing on set would become easier or more difficult due to the potential reduced crew and egos to deal with. I think the biggest thing is if you have an ego on set, you better be damn good. You better justify it somehow. There's less and less tolerance for it. People just want to get stuff done. The only exception I mentioned earlier, which was people who have an ego for the sake of surviving the bullshit. And another good lesson I got taught was to never open a door you can't shut gracefully as a director. Meaning, I learned this the hard way. Don't ever ask the client if they like what they're seeing. If they're being quiet, do not be eager beaver, young Laforet. Walk up to the monitor and say, do you like what you're seeing? Are you happy? Because you cannot shut that door. If they're letting you close, if they're letting you shoot on your own and not bothering you, that is a blessing. Do your job, reach the 8 or 10 or 12-hour day, and walk away, and you'll have a chance of having your vision up there. If you open that door, oh boy, you do not know what you will hear back and how to deal with it, because you've opened Pandora's box, and there is no way to close that door gracefully. So just like the politics on set, beware of that. Beware of being allowed to do your job on your own, and understand. One of the best pieces of advice I got was when I got my first big job for Apple. I won't name the guy because I won't embarrass him, but he literally had a talk with me that was this: Vincent, you're one of the best in the world. We could have hired anyone we could have hired. We're Apple. We could hire anyone we want, anybody, and we hired you. You've won. Congratulations. Literally like that. I was like, okay, now relax, and we're going to ask you to do a bunch of stuff, and we're going to show it back to the executives. They're going to change their mind, and we're going to do everything differently, and you have to reshoot everything. Don't take it personally. It's just the way we do things. We're going to be the most difficult client you ever worked for. We're going to change our minds all the time. We're going to ask you crazy things that are impossible to do. It's part of the job. It's why we chose you. Relax. Enjoy the process. Don't get too personal about it. Just go with the flow. And today we'll ask for everything in pink, and next week it'll be blue, and the week after it'll be purple. And you know what the side benefit is? If you go along with the process, you'll make a lot more money because you have to reshoot everything. And I was like, I admired that honesty from that producer so much. And it was a great lesson to, like, if you've gotten the job, they have the faith in you. The worst thing you can do is to lose their faith. And the hardest thing to do as a director, Peterson, the hardest thing you can do as a director is, the hardest thing you can do as a director is listen to Mark Peterson, is show weakness. That's one of the things I learned early on set. Worse is to show up unprepared. You are the one person who is supposedly guiding this vision. And you will learn over time to become adept at deflecting the questions to which you have no answer and sound intelligent about it. You can never say the words, I don't know, or worse, I've never thought about that, without sounding like an idiot. That's unprepared. There are much better ways of saying that, because the problem is, another example from an experience, I was asked to shoot my first short film with a friend of mine. I was a DP, and he had written the script. And we went on this pre-dinner table read with the actors. They were all volunteering. They were name actors from like Sopranos and stuff. Remember, he wrote the script, and the actor asked him a question and said, what's the motivation for this actor? And this guy said, I'm not sure. I'd have to consult the script. And everyone at the table went, oh, and it was a nightmare of a shoot. He had script doctors work on the script and stuff like that and did not master the material. How are you supposed to work for someone at the helm who doesn't know what they're doing? Can't. And the hardest part is finding a balance, again, that word balance, between being honest enough to say you didn't think about it that way, so I'm happy to talk about it, versus sound like an idiot and not being prepared. And I think that's really important as a director, is just to prepare, and think about every nuance you can. And I like to say prepare to be spontaneous. So if you're so prepared, you know everything you want, and something better comes on, you can follow that road because you know, more importantly, if it's going to cut or not, right? And I always say to crew, like, let me know if you have ideas. Usually DPs, not someone else, but if you have an idea of something you see, let me know. And the way I will judge whether or not we go down that new avenue that they offer to me is, do we have time, money, and will it cut? And I'll tell people, that's a fantastic shot. I love it. There's no way it'll cut in the way I'm seeing this. And we move on, right? Versus letting yourself go on that. So you guys aren't asking any questions. As soon as I beat Mark Toya, if there's no more questions, I have accomplished my mission.
This is a great note to end on. I mean, there's one other question if you want to answer it. You've got 20 seconds. So Curtis was asking, I have the similar question. So based on the Free People, or after COVID with reduced budgets, where will we be in the future? My side would be, what positions do you think are going to be cut? What things should people not be focusing on as a position?
That's such a loaded question.
Oh, I know.
And
I mean, I could put Peterson's question.
I think the key is to, if you're in a position that you know is being eliminated by technology, whether it's new software or hardware and new processes, and you can look yourself in the mirror and say, do I really contribute something to the process? And your answer is no, that a computer can't do. You should be worried. Whereas I don't see the day where a director or key grip or DP will go away. That being said, we've seen commercials shot with actors and their husbands who are architects in their living rooms that are going live for like Verizon, for example. I don't think you should worry too much about that stuff. I think you should be more worried. I mean, you all have different positions. What is it you want to accomplish in your position? Do you want to be the best Steadicam operator in the world? Do you want to be the best lighting technician? Do you want to be the best focus puller? Do you want to be the best director? Do you want to be the best DP? Whatever it is, do you want to be the best writer? Focus on that and don't get lost in the weeds of the politics. I err too much in thinking too much. I always have. And I get bored too quickly. Very often I move away from things too early, or I psych myself out from things. At the end of the day, just go to what Mark Peterson said, sadly. Just some variation of live, laugh, love, which I hate. His is better. Most laugh wins. At the end of the day, you're going to remember the experiences you had that were pleasurable. You know, I mentioned that Apple commercial. To this day, it's a highlight of all of our careers, whether it's Cameron, myself, the producer, the creative. We all talk about it. And that's what you remember. So I'm officially in second place.
Yes, you have surpassed. You are now second place. I mean, doesn't sound like you want to bump Pat off, but
Who's number one?
Charles Pappert.
Oh, really? Nah, he's good. He can stay on top.
Okay,
I respect that man very much.
All right. Do you have anything that you wish to close with?
I'd like to earn a living as DP and maybe go space. Okay, good for you. Good luck with that. Good luck with the DP part at least. Asterisks by the G-Wagon, Coconut Water, and Podcast at NDB. Oh, yeah. Probably a good time for me to leave before I get in trouble. And, you know, I forget your first name. I'm sorry, Uphill Cinema. I get asked this question a lot about how to work with me, and the answer was somewhat simple when I was a photographer and I could take on an assistant. And then it gets much more complicated when you work as part of a crew. It's very, very difficult for me to bring someone on because for the most part, everyone on my crew is going to be the most experienced person I can find in that position. And when I have a small thing, it's not as important, it has a smaller budget, yada, 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 I can more easily bring on people. But the reality is at a certain point, every single person on a set of a certain level is one of the best at what they do. So it's hard to break someone in. Now, generally speaking, when I've heard works and I've seen work is perseverance and genuine interest and something to offer. If I find that you have some skill or some asset that you can bring to the production, I'll always bring someone on. I don't play favorites. It's just understand that whenever everyone gives you a break, they're putting their neck on the line, you know, every single time they recommend you for a job. When's the last time you recommended someone for a job and they didn't do well or they were in a bad mood? It always comes back to you and reflects upon you. And that's the biggest secret in Hollywood, I think, is a good thing to leave you off with, which is this is a very small business. As international as we are, as many people as there are very few people. You know, for example, in the aerial business, there's, like I said, a handful. And, you know, there are, in every business, ego battles here and there. And you said Cameron, Mark. Tell me what you wanted about Cameron. Will you mention him again? It is very easy to talk your way into oblivion in this business about, you know, people you don't like and things you don't like and bad experiences and bad-mouthing people. If I have one piece of advice to leave you off with is bite your tongue. And no matter how mad you are at someone or whatever, unless it's really egregious and safety related or a continual thing that you feel the need to stand up about and tell people about, just keep the bad stuff to yourself. You never know. Every time I see someone acting badly or poorly, as I've grown older, I ask myself, what's really going on back there? Why are they acting like there's something behind this more often than not? Someone has a tremendous ego and can't stop getting out of their own way. I look at them and say, what is the deep-rooted insecurity behind that to make them act that way? If someone's acting tremendously angrily towards the crew, I'll say, what's going on in their personal life or with the producer or whatever, and you learn to be more forgiving. But, when I say keep your mouth shut on set, the idea is just do your job. I don't want to hear about your exploits. I don't want to hear about what you can do. I just want you to do it. And I'll mention Cameron real quick.
Yeah, the link is in the description on both Facebook and YouTube. So go ahead.
Yeah, and Matthew. So there's Cameron Michael's a good friend of a lot of ours, and he's having he had a heart aortic valve replacement. Doesn't have insurance that'll cover it. So we have a GoFundMe page that Scott's going to put up. So please consider donating and helping one of our friends who has helped other people when they had medical problems very generously. Duclos, I already answered that question. It would be a 35 f2 Summicron on a Leica M. And I could shoot the world with that. If I had to shoot one focal length, it'd probably be a 24 millimeter because we can shoot film and stills and pretty much anything with that one lens. It goes to at least f2, ideally. Maybe my one desert lens. And if I had really one lens, so I had to do a job, it'd be 24-70, right? Because you have such a range back to that. Remember that it's a small. What was I going to finish on? About
you
so much.
You went to another question.
Just remember when you're about to badmouth someone or get angry at someone.
Bite your tongue. That's it.
Not just bite your tongue, but have empathy. That's the hardest part in life. Is when someone's acting poorly, there's almost always something behind that. And the best way to disarm someone who's acting really poorly is to say, "Are you okay?" Because we've all been there and been human. Definitely New York pizza.
Yes. I knew there was something I liked about you.
To Chicago for college, but talk less, listen more. I wish I did that, but I've been lucky enough to have some really good friends and mentors, and that's why I'll let Papert hold the throne because he's earned it. He was patient with me as a young man, and stood by me, and like I said, I nearly killed him, and thanks for your time, guys. Thanks for watching this. I had no intention of going past 2 hours. I'll be honest.
None of y'all ever do, but
that's not my intent.
I can't thank you enough.
Really ribbed by my friends over the next while. And you know what? You got the Diamond Brothers tomorrow. So definitely tune into those two knuckleheads. They have a lot to share. And there's two of them. So the chance of them beating Papert is
thanks again, Vincent, for spending 4.5 hours, becoming the second person here. I mean, you're number 2. You're really close to Pat, but I mean, and it was gracious of you to let him keep the throne there. But thanks so much for sharing all your insight. Everyone really appreciates it. They really. Oh, Josh is in there. Everybody loves it, and you've been very blunt and honest, and brilliant. Honestly, as you are. Don't go away. Let me close this out real quick. I'll come right back to you.
Thanks, Scott.
Yep. Thank you. As always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. We'll see y'all tomorrow for the Diamond Brothers. All right. Be good, everybody.